All right, hello, 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 and welcome to everybody who is hanging out here in stream today. We are getting ready for session number 37 of the Wildlands. Our group, we've got most of the group here today. We are down one player, but that's all right. We will push onward. Within the confines of the group, we have all main players, and then our new player is out today. So, with that being said, we are going to dive straight into it. You guys know how we do things here. I don't pay a lot of attention to chat while we stream, so that I can give everybody their deserved attention, and that'll be that. So we're gonna play until 2 p.m. today. We'll take probably a 5-10 minute break about halfway through, so that we can get our kids set up for nap time and lunch and stuff, and then we can grab food really quick as well, and then we'll dive back into it. So we're gonna start with a recap of the. We're going to start with a recap of the session from last time, and then we are going to dive into it. All right, without further ado, here we go. Okay, so recap from last session. Oh man, he's got me fucked up. I've got to. Now I'm panicking because I got to fucking revamp a lot of shit. One person is a big fucking deal at level 11. Okay.
Do you want me to do revamp so that you can? I was gonna say, do you want me to do recap so that you can revamp?
No, I've got all the notes. Okay, so recap from last session, session 36. So first and foremost, you guys continued to fight on during the assault on the Tallowtail Hobgoblin encampment. You guys regrouped and fell over and over and over, but it panned out because towards the tail end of this combat, technically it was only 1d6 plus 1 rounds into the combat, but I digress. A young brass dragon appeared above you, one that happened to be pretty familiar to you, as during your ocean voyage it almost TPK'd you guys, and if it weren't for some quick thinking by the good swimmers of the only swimmers of the group, you guys would probably have met your end. Oh yeah, that and Winnie talked to dolphins, and that was kind of weird. Anyways, so the dragon landed in the center of the encampment before you guys had even breached the walls, and I know that there was a couple moments of panic throughout the group, like, great, now we gotta fucking deal with this thing. And that is when the dragon decided to begin roasting the shit out of the hobgoblins up on the battlements. You guys fought with the dragon, not necessarily buddy-buddy with the dragon, but you fought against a common enemy, or so it seemed. And after a couple of short combat rounds, you managed to vanquish all but one of the hobgoblins, which Gartok desperately attempted to murder after it wanted to give itself up. Although, understandably, Gartok doesn't speak very good common, and he'd eat his children if they died, so it doesn't, he's a fucking savage. Anyways, so Sybil then furiously worked to save said hobgoblin, and afterwards you guys spoke with this brass dragon whose name was Arcosian the Brass, whose master was Thaxengol, or is Thaxengol the Blue. And on behalf of Thaxengol had sent Arcosian to assist you, apparently for freeing Thaxengol, from imprisonment by the Empyrean. Now, obviously, that was not necessarily your intention, because up until the point that the Empyrean disappeared, you didn't even fucking know Thaxengol existed. But you did it. And obviously, it has benefited you at least a little bit at this point. So, with that being said, you guys healed the dragon, and she offered a lot of wisdom before leaving you for her master's newly claimed territory. And that is where we're picking up today. So today, just as a quick reminder, today is Jury the 18th at 7 p.m. As yes, this entire combat has, this entire like 3 sessions has been the same day in less than like 12 hours. So that's all right though. So, for the combat, everybody was awarded 1,600 experience points, which is a shitload, but this combat encounter was what I would consider a double deadly encounter. Actually, in my encounter builder, after you hit the deadly tier, it starts adding subtext to it, and I was at, what were you thinking? And I kid you not, those were the words that it put in the deadly subtext. What were you thinking? And you survived. So, thankfully, because you guys had made an ally unknown to you. The roleplay experience, you guys gained an additional 700, so everybody gained 2,100 XP for the, or excuse me, 2,200 XP for the, or is it 23? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, so 23. That puts Sybil at 84,809. That's 84809.
Hauntingly close.
It is very close. Ulrich at 100,861, and a big congratulations to Ulrich for dinging level 12. And the remainder of the group at 95,534. So Ulrich, don't level yourself up quite yet. You can go ahead and roll in D&D Beyond or Roll20 however you'd like to, your D6, and add your con modifier for your hit points, and then when you guys, the next time you guys take your long rest, you can go ahead and perform your level up. So, one moment. Any questions, comments, or clarifications that you guys would like from me? Alright. Oh shit, that's a 6, so that means that you have 7 hit points. That is actually, for somebody who's got less than 50 hit points at level 12, or at level 11, that's a big deal. Okay, bear with me one moment. I'm just changing one thing here really quick.
Sometimes forget that they're like sub 10 D10 hit point rolls. I'm like, 6, that's not, oh wait.
Back in my day, wizards and sorcerers only leveled up with a D4. And that is the sad truth of our existence back in the day. Alright, so alright, so let me go ahead and get some tunes cranked up here. And by tunes cranked up, I mean some gentle jungle ambiance. Ambiance, if you will. Alright, so you guys, it is the 18th. It's only about 7 o'clock. The sun is still setting. You have just finished this combat. Arcosian has just fled the, not really fled, but has taken off. Ulrich has softly descended to the ground. And we will go ahead and remove that beautiful new token for now. As Ulrich rests on the ground, the entirety of his body, his actual physical body, not his clothing always stays the same, that was almost this metallic platinum form, shifts back to his bright silvery scales. His beaming platinum eyes fade back to the normal Ulrich eyes, and in a brilliant flash of light, like a pile of magnesium being hit with a match, his wings, his spectral wings, dissolve into ash, and he rests on the ground quietly. For now, all is quiet. The only thing that you hear in the moments after Ulrich landing is the furious CPR of Sybil on the hobgoblin on the battlement that she is currently standing above. What would you like to do?
Actually, on that note, Sybil does not have medicine skills. She did her best with like a field dressing for this, so I picture her just absolutely drenched in this dude's blood.
There's no doubt about that.
Especially with the many bodies that she left behind her on her way up these stairs. So everything goes quiet, and then it's just like, guys, can I have a little help here, please?
Winnie would start heading over to the stairs to get up to her.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
And I picture she's probably like half inside this like dude's wound, just trying to like keep pressure on it.
Yeah, like as you get up the stairs, Winnie, you can see clear as day. Like she's not having a good fucking time. This guy he's steady. He is like breathing, and it's not agonal at this point. It's definitely stable, but he's still. I mean, she fucked him up. And prior to her,
Gartok fucked him
excuse
up
me,
there.
Gartok fucked him up. Yeah, that's right. You fucked this guy's buddy up, which is why he's like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, there were a lot of bodies at the base of the stairs. I think there were like 3 or 4 right there.
That is true. So there's like this big arrow wound that, as you get up to him, I mean, it goes clear through his abdomen, barely missed his spine. But she has got every bit of dressing that she had inside this healer's kit charge stuffed into the wound, and it's just hanging out and slowly completely saturated.
Winnie didn't see what happened, but she knows Sybil's mental instability, so it would be kind of like a gentle hand on the shoulder, gentle arms under her armpits, and very slowly kind of dragging.
I'm not moving unless he gets some healing into him.
Let the healer do the healing.
I'll cast Spare the Dying on him.
Okay. It has no effect. He's not dying. He was already stabilized by the healer's kit. But you gently touch him, and he shudders, and the breathing becomes a little bit easier, but he wasn't dying.
At that, Sybil will move out of the way, though. And, let Winnie move her wherever.
Winnie would probably try to look her over to see how much of the blood on her is actually hers, because again, she doesn't know what the hell Sybil is doing behind the wall, so...
How much of the blood is Sybil's?
It's Sybil's, that's all over Sybil, yeah.
Sybil is unscathed. After the healing from Ulrich, she is absolutely...
Okay.
Nobody right now looks like they've got more than a scratch. Actually, no, that's not true. Sybil's a little bit hurt, isn't she? No, she's a little bit.
I'm a little hurt, but I also downed multiple potions.
That is true.
And again, though, it's just because what Winnie walked up on was blood. That's what she'd be doing as...
Yeah.
Ulrich.
And to be fair, everybody is drenched in humanoid blood right now. It literally, seriously, it looks like you guys just walked out of the fucking trenches of World War I. It is not pleasant. And more than that, although there are no tokens on the field, there's like 24 corpses lying around you in different states of fucked up.
Oh, I'm fine. Most of that was theirs. You vaguely gestures down the stairs. He needs help.
Yeah, we'll get him. When he looks at like the trail of bodies and then looks down at Emig.
I'm just gonna start looting the dead here. I want to pay particular attention to like the bigger, badder dudes, captains and sorcerer guys or wizards or whatever they were.
Okay, excellent. So while you're doing that, just give me a moment. I've got one thing I'm adjusting on my end, came in, and then I'll get back to you on what you find. Okay, so Winnie, you're doing kind of like a once-over on everybody. You realize everybody seems pretty pretty fucking okay as far as everything is considered. You see Emig kind of starting to go through as you look down at Emig, and his eyes shift out of the black as the rage, the final bits of rage finally completely subside. He takes a couple deep breaths and really starts to scope up the battlefield. The head of the hammer shrinks down into nothingness as it's just a pole now. Slings that over his back, and he just kind of starts looking like picking up great swords and shit off these captains. Okay. Ulrich, what are you doing?
I'll just make sure that the hobgoblin is fully stable, not going to like randomly start spurting out blood, and then I will go help Bloodmane with looking through stuff.
Okay. All right, perfect. Now, everybody just left this guy stable in at 0, right? Just so I'm understanding.
Mm-hmm. I
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Sybil's going to stay near him, but probably isn't going to help actively unless she's asked to with the looting.
Okay.
Yeah, as I walk back, I'm going to be like, just keep an eye on him. He's going to wake up. Who knows what he's going to do when he wakes up eventually. Hopefully we're not here anymore, but who knows?
We can talk to him. He threw his weapons down. He would have talked to us. I think we could take advantage of that later, after.
He threw his weapons down?
Threw his weapons down, and then and she kind of looks a little squeamish as like adrenaline starts wearing off. And then he was shot after he surrendered.
When he kind of looks angry. She then starts looking around. Okay. Okay.
That's I still had my kid on me, so I did the best field dressing that I could there, but then that Arcosian came down or started talking, and I didn't know what to do, and so but he's not gonna die. That's the important part.
There's a little pat on her head. Okay. Well, you did good, and if he's willing to talk, that could help. But let's kind of gather ourselves before we get him to a point of talking.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on him. I know we need to search the encampment, but just in case he does wake up.
Okay, so as you guys begin to search the encampment, sorry about that, I had to take a look at one thing. So as you guys begin to search the encampment, you find the following. These are the things that are very readily available on corpses and lying around in what appears to be small piles of armaments. You find 8 longswords, 2 great swords, 2 breastplates, 4 usable suits of chainmail. And I say usable because almost everybody was wearing chainmail, but due to the complete annihilation and evisceration of like 3/4 of these guys, a lot of them are unusable. But you find 4 usable suits of chainmail, 4 suits of leather armor, 4 longbows, 60 arrows that are still usable. On one of the guys who appeared to be a captain, it was one of the guys carrying a greatsword who fought pretty damn well, you find a single standard healing potion. And Bloodmane, as you start to go through the casters, you find in one of their pouches, and for the most part, these guys don't have a whole lot as far as like usable shit, as far as like martially usable shit. As a whole, these hobgoblins really had just like pouches full of food, rations, You find like a handful of them have like this really thin plant-like material, which Winnie, you would recognize essentially as like a jungle version of like toilet paper. It's like a plant, like a very soft underbelly of a fern that will not, put nettles in your ass. But you find a rolled up piece, a very tightly rolled piece of vellum with a seal on the front, and the seal on the front has some sort of sigil on it, and it's in purple wax.
Right. I will. I'm out of potions. I will snag that standard if nobody objects.
Okay, go
As
ahead. Yep, add that to your inventory.
I'll add that, and I will also crack that fucking vellum open and see what it says.
All right, so make an Arcana check. Okay, one moment. So, Bloodmane, as you break past the seal, you had no idea what the seal meant because you'd never seen anything quite like that before. Nothing flashy or crazy happens. However, the text on this vellum, this scroll, is a jumble of arcane runes. Your eyes begin to blink heavy as the language becomes noticeable to you. The runes, literally, physically manifesting on the page, move around to create something that you do actually understand as your eyes of the Runekeeper activate. This is a wizard's scroll of contingency. You know exactly what it does. You know exactly how to read it. And just to give you, the player, a quick description or a quick kind of like overview of contingency. So essentially, you cast the contingency, and then you cast an additional spell on top of the contingency. And you give the spell that you cast a contingency to trigger. For example, you perform a contingency water breathing, or a contingency revivify. The contingency for the water breathing being, when I am drowning or when I am fully submerged in water, contingency triggers and activates water breathing. Also, death. I cast contingency revivify on myself, and when I die, the first time I die, the contingency triggers and immediately revivifies me. I begin a free fall. Contingency fly, and it activates, whatever it happens to be. So it is literally what, it is a contingency that triggers another spell without you having to physically do it.
Right. Ulrich?
That's not on the sorcerer list, right? That's a wizard only?
So it is wizard only. However, anybody can cast any spell in the game if it's on a scroll. Just doesn't mean you're going to do it right.
Right, that's what I was trying to figure out. Well,
I will share what it does with everybody as well, just so if anybody has any ideas, they can take it. Otherwise, we can just put it away.
Also, for the record, the contingencies last 10 days.
It certainly sounds useful.
It's definitely a very useful and valuable resource, just needs to be used properly.
Well, definitely worth hanging on to.
Oh yeah, we're not just gonna use it for toilet paper, so.
Also curious as to how Well, I guess I do know how they got it, huh?
And to be fair, I mean, anybody here who's adept in magic knows for a fact that at least 2 of those hobgoblins were performing full-blown incantations, and they were shooting fireballs and lightning bolts, which tells you they were either sorcerers or wizards. And they were not using magic items.
And they didn't have Featherfall.
And they didn't what?
They didn't have Featherfall.
Fuck you. You're right, but fuck you. And you know what's funny? It didn't even dawn on me when I was putting them up in the air. I was like, nah, they're fine. They're gonna, yeah, they could concentrate and shoot fireballs. I mean, that's fucking genius. And then I was like, oh god, they could fall. All right. So is anybody else taking anything from what you guys have found? So Ulrich, you can add a level 6 spell scroll and then just put in the notes that it's contingency. And then Bloodmane, you've taken the healing potion. Again, there's a lot of longswords, greatswords, breastplates, chainmail, leather armor, 4 longbows, and 60 arrows.
I could use some more arrows.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should take the arrows.
I don't know if I want to be particularly carrying 60 of them at the moment, just in case, I end up on the bottom of the ocean again or something. But if we put some in the bag.
That's fine, yeah.
So, okay, between the 60, just decide who's going to put what in the bag and how many you're going to take for your person.
How many do you want to
carry?
carry?
Taking a look at my limit. And just give me a quiver full, so I'll take 20.
Okay, and I'll put 40 in the bag of holding.
All right.
All business today, so I'm going to continue the search. I'll probably go into the main, hut, I guess, in the middle when I get a chance.
Okay. So as everyone's digging through shit, Bloodmane, you pull the flat back on the main hut there, and as you do so, it's interesting because while the outside is very rudimentary, it's got like a thatched roof, and the sides are essentially made of what appears to be like cloth reinforced with like wooden beams, very crude wooden beams, and then like literally like tent lines and stakes and shit. You pull the flat back, and in front of you is a 7-foot tall framed stone archway and a translucent green barrier. Ahead of you, you see probably a 20-foot hallway completely hewn in stone with a sickly green light illuminating the inside with these big torches on the walls that are glowing with this green flickering flame. The inside does not match the outside, and the translucent barrier in front of you almost looks water-like. Like, as you pull the flat back, it waves ever so slightly. You have seen things like this before. It looks like a gate of some sort, or an entryway to something else.
Well, that's neat. Not going in there. All right. I will turn around and let everybody know that there is a doorway to what I have to assume is hell in that hut. So.
I think, so I saw Sybil's message that once she starts kind of distracting herself with work, basically, Winnie will step down and step away. The flight risk seems to have lessened.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and check on that.
Oh shit! Yeah. No. Go take care of Pup.
No. I mean, he's fine now. I'm just doing that for if I have to jump up and run. I'm not.
I gotcha.
But I'm gonna go look at the nonsense in this hut, not the one nonsense in my hut.
Okay, I got. Okay, and Sybil, what are your what poisons are you moving around? I know you've got an
So-
empty dagger. Actually, I think both your daggers are empty, aren't they?
No, one of them still has 2 in it. The other is empty.
Okay.
I want to take my last no, I'm gonna that's how smarter I'm doing. No, I'm gonna take my last serpent venom and I'm gonna put it in the empty dagger.
Okay, sounds good. So yep, just delete the serpent's venom and then add the 3 charges. You know how to do all that in your one.
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, so Ulrich, you go down the stairs. Winnie, you approach, and Bloodmane's got the flap, the hut flap pulled back, and yep, sure as shit, it is a fully formed stone, like a stone temple, almost like a yellow stone templed archway, decorative in nature too, very out of place, and you wouldn't have noticed it because the big fucking flaps that are here. And as you pull it back, again, you've got this almost water-like barrier, and you can see clear through to the other side. It is a give me a moment, I'll give you an exact description. So it is a hallway that appears to go about 50 or so feet down, pretty long, about 5 feet wide. You see 3 green torches on the left-hand side of the wall that illuminate the entirety of this place with a very, very sickly green light. Now, you guys understand what continual flame is. This is very reminiscent of a green continual flame. And you see the hallway hook to the right once it stops, and on the left-hand side, you see 2 doors that are spaced out by about 15 feet. The interior is also made of a similar, very roughly hewn, yellowed, like stone, and the floor is completely made of cobblestone slabs. That's about as fucking descriptive as I could give you.
Does it remind me of like the veil, like when I pierced the veil?
What?
The green. Oh, is the green just from the lanterns? For some
Yeah,
reason, I
no,
was thinking
the
barrier.
flames are green.
Okay, I was thinking barrier. Okay.
Of
I get it now. The continual flames didn't click. I was thinking there was like a green like barrier in the archway, but it's just.
Oh, there
glowing
is.
Okay.
No, it is a translucent green barrier, literally, that looks like you are staring at a vertical pool of water that is like a translucent green and waves. I mean,
Okay.
it's very clearly something physical that separates you and somewhere else.
Okay, got it.
Now, the other thing to note here is that this hut, this actual hut, is not 50 feet long. It's all of, 35, 40 feet long at best.
Oh, this screams sisters to me.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. The fact that there's 3 torches too, that's just a little on the point.
Okay, so maybe let's not go in until we can talk to this guy over here, and she'll motion toward Sybil's ward.
Okay.
Oh, the pincushion?
Oh, that's fucking
Maybe,
rude.
I mean, maybe no jokes right now. She's bound to get lost in kelp or desert.
That's why I set it over here.
Jungle.
She's up there.
As she's like crouched down over this creature, filling her daggers with poison.
No, she's crouched
Just in
next to him.
case he
She's not gonna-
flinches.
She's not gonna waste poison on him. She can just slip with a dagger if she needs to.
That's fair. I don't like it, but it's fair.
I will continue to look through the tents and remaining outbuildings besides the shit houses. I imagine I know what's in those already.
Okay, so you begin to rummage through the tent. You find a lot of personal effects. There are, bedrolls, lots of fur. There's actually, for savage creatures, there is a shitload of, combs and, thick horsehair brushes that these guys obviously use to brush themselves out with. You find bags of rations. You find all sorts of weird fucking bits and bobs. The large holes in the ground, as you kind of peer down into those, they only go down about 7 or 8 feet, and then turn into like little burrows. And in there, you see like pieces of shed exoskeleton from the scorpions. You don't find anything cool like egg clutches, unfortunately. You do find like in the rear of the place, you do find an archery target that has a handful of arrows in it. Over on the left hand side, it does appear that this at some point in time was actually like a fountain and is now being used as a forge. There's a very makeshift bellows set up here. The bottom layer where the water would normally be is hot coals over it, and then almost like this iron grate, and on top of it there are literally like cast iron pans with soft metals in it that are not actively bubbling but are essentially in a state of like a state of liquid, but not actively ready to pour into something. You also find a grinding wheel. Right here in the center, you find a chicken coop, and inside the chicken coop, there are no chickens left, but there's about a half a dozen eggs sitting in the nest. There is a well here, although it stinks like fucking death in that well. And yeah, that's really all there is. There's not a whole lot. I mean, there is some rations and things like that, but again, we're talking hobgoblin rations. It's pretty fucking gross. And actually, make a survival check. 13's not bad. The lack of rations that you find here, food and water-wise, makes you assume that these guys were probably at some point in time in the very near future going to have to backtrack to the abandoned supplies you guys found in order to bring them up north, because they, for the amount of hobgoblins that were here, they had maybe 3/4 of a day's worth of rations for the lot of them before they'd have to have gone back and picked them up.
I suppose I'll share that info with the party.
Begrudgingly.
Or they're getting it from wherever that portal goes.
Right. I'm really
I don't
nervous.
like after that. Yeah, we need to get some stuff together, I think, before we push on and get murked by some angry, very angry ladies. I only have this one potion left, and I just took it off a dead one. We might, where are we at as a party for potions and doubloons?
So, actually, speaking of which, why don't we trade? Because I have this one, and she'll take out her potion of healing, the superior potion of healing. Do you want to carry something bigger in case you need to drink it instead of using it on others?
I use it whenever it needs to be used, be it me or one of you.
Okay. We'll just keep our own then. As far as the balloons,
If we have any left over, I will need one.
Are y'all having this conversation over by the hut?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
I'll give Ulrich my doubloon.
yeah, when he's looking through the bag.
Oh wait, just double check. Because you still need one too.
So there's no quantity listed next to it, so I don't know if that means we only have one left.
That means there probably is none left.
Yeah, I don't think we've got any more. I like Ulrich and everything, but I feel like if you get hurt and can't attack during a fight, it's a little worse than if Ulrich does.
And worst case scenario, I can, use higher level healing to fix stuff too.
Right. I think maybe you should keep your coin on you for now, Emic, just in case. Because if you can't fight, we're in way worse shape. Ulrich and I can support each other from a support standpoint.
Give me my doubloon back.
I never took it.
I snatched it out of his hand because he took it from me. I will, I will hold on to it then. That makes sense. I just feel so bad for the little guy.
So, yeah. We also still have, just so that you know, Ulrich, we still have a couple of diamonds in the bag of holding too. So just keep that in mind if we get to that point.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to pull out because I don't have enough to revivify anyone right now. I have half the amount, so I should pull that out. Grab that now while we're sitting here thinking about it. So
That's probably a good idea. I mean, like, Winnie would just take out a God's tier because we have 2 of those in there.
Okay.
Hand it over. So I'm going to take 1 out of the bag of holding. You want to put 1 in your inventory.
How much is that one? Is that the
300.
300? Okay.
Okay. So before we move forward, I do think we should go talk to Sybil's friend. Actually, yeah, like maybe heal him. She's gonna start looking around and realize that someone's missing, and just kind of head over.
Yeah, and it's about that time that Winnie, as you ascend the steps up and get a overview, Gartok's nowhere to fucking be seen. And FYI, since we've started, I have been very slowly moving him away from camp, and nobody noticed. So
I did actually.
He has just, he's fucking gone. All right, so you approach the hobgoblin, who is still unconscious and very, very sickly looking.
Ulrich, do you want me to heal him, or do you want to?
I mean, I can do it. I got him. I'll walk on over.
Okay.
Before you do, are you? Do we need to bind him, or just trust that if he's stupid enough to try and run, he's not going to make it far?
Well, let's go ahead and set ourselves up for success now. I mean, binding him might not be the worst of ideas, or just having a giant hammer looming over his head. That generally does get the point across.
I can wait down at the bottom just in case if you want.
Yeah.
Okay. We would make our way down to this area-ish.
Hey, Bloodmane, want to play threatening big man?
Yes.
That's the role you were made for.
Yes.
Winnie, can you keep an eye just to make sure no one comes out of anywhere while we're focused on this?
Yep. Winnie will stay down at the bottom and keep a watchful eye, kind of turning around in circles every so often, and make sure nobody's approaching or coming out of tents.
Okay.
I'll activate my hammer, just FYI.
Okay. So you hammer goes up.
And I'll cast a level 1 Cure Wounds.
All right. So, well, that healed him to full. Hobgoblins are not very resilient creatures.
They hit like a motherfucker, though.
When they hit. So you excuse me. So you reach down, and you mutter your incantation, and there's a flash of energy that rips across this thing's body, and you see the arrow wound. It actually pushes all of the gauze and all of the clotting powder out of the wound, and the wound on its chest just flash seals. Its eyes flicker open, and it sits partially up and kind of around you guys. Bloodmane, make an intimidation check, but this is a passive thing. I mean, just fucking look at you.
Fortunately, it's charisma based.
True. Okay. So you're scary, but you ain't that scary. Either way, this guy's surrounded. He looks up and he kind of he glances around and he puts his hands like back on the edge of this thing, and he kind of like scoots himself and sits himself up against the back of the shield that is affixed to the front of this thing as their cover. And he kind of looks up. He focuses on you, Sybil, although he keeps glancing up at Bloodmane every couple of seconds. And he looks down at his chest and he says, in very broken common, You heal me. You no kill. But I thought I was dead. Because there was flash of pain. And I fall. And then I see ancestors in sky. Thank you. I no mean harm. I do, but no more. I did, but no more. You understand?
Yes.
What do you want from me now? You let me go?
In
I
time.
no fight.
What do you know about what's in that building over there? And he'll point over to the hut.
Make a persuasion check with... Nah, not with advantage. He didn't succeed at the intimidation roll. Oh!
It's actually going to be -1 because I did the stuff on D&D Beyond for 12, but it didn't. I tried not to save it, but it just auto updated it. So it'd be -1.
Wait, say that again? You tried to do what on D&D Beyond and it didn't?
I did my level 12 on D&D Beyond. Just
But
I was trying not to have it update until the long rest, but
I understand.
So
I gotcha.
just one less.
Yeah, no problem. Okay,
No,
so either way, yeah, that's still not great. So he looks at you, and he says, he kind of says, I, Archer, I no go in hut, not allowed.
Okay, Sybil's going to cut in, and she's going to just kind of make a movement to like instinctually draw his attention. She's going to speak softly the way everyone's spoken to her when they're scared. She's going to run, and just, though you might not have been in there directly, but surely you've heard something. And I'm going to attempt panache. Which is, I can make a persuasion check contested by a creature's insight check. If I succeed and it's not hostile to me, it's charmed by me for a minute. Assuming I'm able to, attempt that.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'm looking at it because it's very specifically for combat, but give me a sec. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make a persuasion check, and I will make an insight check. We'll see what happens here.
Apparently she's putting on that performer's, like, expression there.
So I rolled an 11. Okay, so you lay in some fancy words, some fancy verbiage on this thing, and with an exotic level of charm, as this thing has probably never seen a genasi before, regardless of the subtype. Oops. It kind of looks up at you. And it says, it softens its face, and it kind of smiles, and it says, okay, I talk to you, but only you. And he smiles, and he kind of reaches his foot over, and he kind of touches his toe against your boot and does this really creepy, like, rub thing on it. It's not sexual. It's almost like he's trying to pet you. But he pulls his foot back, and you realize you've got this motherfucker locked. So for the next minute, you will be able to question this thing. Within said minute, because of its responses, I will give you 5 questions that you can ask it, that it will be charmed by you for said duration. So, the first question was, you must know somebody who's been inside the tent, right?
Yeah, it was the even if you haven't been in directly, you must have heard something from someone who's been inside.
As he kind of pulls his toe back from the creepy, like, petting thing that he just did to your boot, he says, I will do you one better. I am one of 3 spies for this clan. The other 2 have been eviscerated. And he points down on the ground. I have seen and heard much. Question 2.
Sorry, don't mind me as I'm frantically writing.
No. We're not. Obviously, this is not in real time. Bitch, you better write faster.
Yeah, you start doing that. I'm just recording everything. You already have it. She is going to, like, briefly look up at Bloodmane and Ulrich before turning her attention back to Tim, because she doesn't want to lose his focus, because she doesn't know exactly what she's doing here.
So just so you know, the only reason you know you've gotten this thing's full, unadulterated attention outside of the creepy foot thing is that it has now completely stopped looking at Bloodmane. All eyes on you.
Well then, God damn it. See, normally I'm not the one asking the questions.
Well, here you are. It's charmed to you, nobody else, so...
Remember that next time I have to fucking cast Speak with Dead.
Did that count as a question? Yes!
Shit!
Hey, make sure that you're keeping an eye on them when he's eating those strawberries, by the way. I just don't want him to be choking and the kids to sit there and just stare at him while he fucking dies on
Oh
us.
god, this is...
As
Okay,
fucked up as
I
that
need a
sounds.
DM call on this. Would she have heard them talking about the gate and stuff inside that hut? Or am I running on half information here?
You have a passive perception of 17. I mean, I don't see why not. They were only like 20 feet away from you in dead silence.
Okay, that makes things slightly
Plus, you were
easier
filling
then.
you were filling your blades with poison, but they clearly opened the fucking flap, and there was a green translucent barrier that looked like water framed by this big fucking stone thing.
He already finished.
Yeah, and I am in a good vantage point for things. Okay. Okay, so my friend, you're one of 3 spies then. Okay. What kinds of things have you been reporting to your masters? She kind of grimaces a little bit with distaste at saying that word.
He smiles at you, and again he reaches his toe over and he just gives you just one tap. And he says, "My only master is the warlord. I serve none other. Information is about those that exist within the jungle. When we were tracking the dragon, it was about where its lair was. And after that, simply keeping eyes out for other creatures that may have caused pain and suffering to the clan."
Well, my friends and I had heard about some rabies is too kind of a word. Some other influences, magic users that may have been inserting themselves here. Do you know anything about these magic women, these hags? They could have been the most beautiful beings, but they would have been very powerful too.
Of course. You mean the prophetesses. They are the ones who bought our servitude. They came to us in the Naladari desert, and they offered our warlord a dragon. And he could not turn it down. But the contingency was that we must serve them here for a time before we return with our spoils. We arrived, and the prophetesses, they disappeared into their home. And then he points towards the center, into the center hut. And we see them from time to time. They are beautiful. They are very beautiful. They are very strong. They give us power through a crystal. Something that makes the dragon want to be under Warlord's control. Unfortunately, one day, the dragon was no longer under Warlord's control. Its eyes turned black and it flew off. There was little bits of discontent here because of it, but the prophetesses promised us new dragon.
And when was the last time that you saw them? How did they act?
I have not seen them for probably a couple of weeks, since the dragon's eyes turned black and it flew off to the north. They seemed fearful. I don't think they expected their magic to unbind the dragon to their service and to my warlord. But it did. They were still beautiful. But on that day, when we see them last before they go into their home, they were very sweaty. And your last question.
any others permitted into their home besides them?
If they are granted access, I suppose yes. But the only ones that were ever invited were our wizards and our warlord. Some of our grunts from time to time, but only to bring out new armaments, weapons, arrows, things of that sort. On occasion, rarely, but on occasion, if somebody fell out of line, the warlord would drag them into the hut. And we never saw them again after that. But such is the way of the Tattletales. Discipline of the highest degree, or death it shall be, is what our people say. At this point, he kind of blinks heavy a couple times, and he kind of looks around now, kind of gaining a newfound fear, like realizing, oh fuck, this guy is still here. He doesn't panic or change completely, but he kind of looks at you a little bit differently, and you realize, like, you've probably milked out of him as much as you can as far as the charm is concerned, but you've still got his attention.
You called them asking DM Tattletales, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I'm including names to be referenced in like 3 months.
Full circle, baby, full circle.
Okay, Sybil's gonna kind of sit back a little bit and like let out a breath, and like her own demeanor changes a little bit. And she's gonna look back up at Ulrich and say, "She's a little tired. Like, you have any questions? Sorry, kind of overstepped there, maybe."
No, I mean, I have nothing. I can't think of anything.
She looks to Bloodmane.
Where's the warlord?
That I am not sure of. He went into the jungle 3 days ago. Claimed that the prophetesses told him that there was a beast ready to be bound to his service. We sent scouts to watch over him, just to make sure. But they never returned.
You're from the Neladari, is that correct?
Yes, our people come from the eastern part of the Neladari Desert.
If we end up letting you go, I know you and your people are very close. How do we know you won't just go to your warlord and add to his numbers and force us to kill you later, rather than now?
I was born and bred into the service of the Tattletales. They are my kin and my clan. If you let me go, I will seek out my warlord, because it is part of my existence to follow him to the death. However, I don't know where he is. He has been gone for days, And our scouts, again, we sent out 3 Scorpion Riders, along with a captain, and nobody ever returned. So my options are to wander the jungle alone, as you have clearly killed everybody else here. Or I remain here and hope that he returns at some point. I'd say either way, I'm in a lot of trouble. But I will tell you this. If my warlord comes back, and he orders me to fight again, I will have no option. I will fight you. Or I will fight whatever quarry he chooses. Such is the way of our clan. The best case scenario is that we succeed at whatever these prophetesses wanted us to succeed at. And they keep good on their promise, and they return us to the Naladari. And I go back to my family. I go back to my people. And we live quietly until I die.
And you going back to the Naladari now, or heading in that direction, that's not an option. Is that correct?
I don't think it could possibly be much of an option. I don't have a boat to get me across the ocean. I don't have a ship or magic that can get me there magically. I definitely cannot swim that far. I can guarantee that. And I have a sneaking suspicion that the local jungle inhabitants will not find me worthy of keeping alive. So unfortunately, my odds of reaching that point are very slim.
They are slim. But they're going to be 0 if you don't, I think. I will leave that decision up to the rest of us, but I would prefer not to swing the hammer down on an honor-bound enemy such as yourself.
He kind of looks up at Sybil now.
What is your name?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Come on, dice. Do what you did before, please. Okay. Here's open. Not great.
He blinks at you a couple times and he says, there is a lot of power within a name. That is the only bit of information I took from these prophetesses and have held dear. You've slaughtered 24 of my people. Didn't care to ask their names before they died. I see no reason to give you mine to potentially abuse in the future.
Sybil winces.
Try one last thing, maybe a line of questioning here. Why did you surrender? If you were bound to fight for your warlord's goals to the death anyways, there must be something here that told you, maybe your ancestors, that you need to live. But now you might be forfeiting that. It's a big word.
I fully intend to die in battle, even if I can barely stand in old age. But I realized that throwing myself into a slaughter pool was not worth it at this moment. Before I left the Naladari, my partner had given birth to 3 young. all boys. If my warlord commands me to fall on the sword, I will do so. But my warlord is not here, and those captains are shit for brains. My survival is more important until I receive direct commands from my warlord. Until then, I will attempt to get back to my family, back to my partner, and my spawn, and I will train them to fight and die in battle under the warlord's banner, as I have done myself.
I'm just going to kind of look at the other two somewhat meaningfully. And before I just descend the stairs, I'm going to say one more thing. I respect what you have said, why you are here. I respect your people. But your goals are not, unfortunately, pure. If it is the will of my clan, these ones here, then I will give you your death in battle, in the camp, down below. Or if they wish to see you free, they will set you free. I'll be awaiting their decision down there either way.
He nods, and then he looks back up at Sybil, kind of completely ignoring Ulrich at this point, as the charm was from Sybil, and he looks up at you and says, "So you utilize your resources to bring me back just to kill me. The irony is dripping from the situation. What will it be?"
He kind of glances towards where Bloodmane went. Clan, we'll discuss. But if I were to have my way, we'd see you home to your family and finding a different path. But that is not our decision to make. Not for you. So we will discuss. And then we will discuss again with you.
He leans heavy into the back of the shield and kind of looks up at Ulrich. He doesn't say anything, he just stares.
Would you have been able to hear that whole thing?
Yeah, you guys are in an empty camp. I mean, you're
As I figured.
within 10 feet of this whole situation.
So when you would
20
approach,
feet, I guess.
when you would approach Bloodmane and say, it's not really for us to say how they should do things, it's just how they do things. They follow just as we follow, they just do it, honestly, probably more loyally than we do. He doesn't have a warlord and he does have a family. He deserves a right to live his life how he would.
You're cutting out real bad.
He deserves to live his life how he would, whether or not we were here.
I'm gonna go head down the stairs because dude's staring at me, he's creeping me out, and go back over here.
Sybil, you'd rejoin them too, right?
Sybil's going to do one thing first before she does rejoin them. She is going to give, temporarily, give him her non-poison water skin for a moment to let him drink.
Okay, which water skin?
Not the poison one, the actual water.
Okay, but you have like a lot. Don't you have like 3 water skins? Where did you fill this one up at?
From when we got the supplies.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, it's just water. She's just, yeah. I only have 2. I've got one that's poison, and I've got the other one.
Okay, so he takes the water skin and he flips the top on it. And he takes a couple of big swigs from it. Hands it back up to you.
Honestly, I say we. Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Honestly, I say we let him go and hope that he doesn't find his warlord and finds a way home.
If he does find his warlord, then he dies the way he wants to. I don't think it's fair for us to decide whether or not he gets to go back to his family. Let him decide that.
No, we brought him back. He had died he died surrendering, but he, we brought him back and give him the chance to die the way he wants to die, or live the way he wants to live. Either way, we don't make that decision. We're not those type of people.
So as he hands the water back up to you, you kind of put the cat back on it and begin to walk down the stairs. And he coughs. And then he coughs hard again. And he grabs his throat. And he looks up at you and he says, "Why? Why?" And you see blood begin to spill out of his eyes, and the blood vessels in his nose rupture, and blood begins to spray out of his nose as he tips sideways and off of the balcony, or off of the platform. He hits the ground with a loud and he goes silent. You guys watch the whole thing unfold.
Run check on him.
Well, I thought we were going to talk about this.
Sybil is just
He
going to be...
is dead.
Sybil is just going to be, like, standing just... Well, actually, she wasn't standing at that point. She was half crouched. She's just going to be, like, frozen, just kind of staring.
What just happened?
Care to elaborate on the current situation of this dude?
She is holding a water skin that is fat with liquid, and this guy is dead on the ground. And yeah, Ulrich, go ahead and give me just a quick medicine check. So, two things. First of all, when he hit the ground, he definitely broke his neck. And two, as you begin to look at the blood in and or around his face, and especially noting that he had grabbed his throat, you touch some of the blood, and as you smell it, this is 100% serpent's venom. You are also aware that the venom that Sybil uses is serpent's venom. Do with that what you will. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
So, poisoning ends now is what we're doing.
Sybil's just... Well, hang on, give me a second. I'm going to make my own little check. One moment. Also, as an out-of-character note, boy, am I fucking glad I didn't drink from that. Okay. She's going to kind of blink a little bit and stammer and say, "No, I was just trying to be... I was just trying to be nice. That wasn't..." And it's just kind of goes incomprehensible after that.
Let's cut her off. That's not how he was supposed to go.
When he's
It's not
going,
how his people go.
when he goes for her own water and smells it,
That wasn't... That was supposed to just be water. That wasn't...
It wasn't just water.
You don't
Before
think
I
I
do
know...
something, I'm going to walk away from this now.
nobody drink your water. When he's going to smell hers to see if it smells off or...
Give me a nature check.
No, she's doing that. Sybil's going to kind of half yell at Bloodmane's back. You don't think I know where the fuck I keep my poisons? I wouldn't.
So as you take a deep inhale, Winnie, smells like water to you.
And then she'll go over to Sybil to smell the one that she has out to see if it smells the same as her water.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another nature check.
Wow, Winnie's on fire with those.
I should be good at those. I'm a fucking druid.
Give me just one moment. I'm checking something real quick.
You have 2 water skins, right?
Okay, so Winnie, as you that's really good fucking rolls, by the way. As you breathe in, so you take another breath of yours, and then you kind of breathe out real quick, and then you hold her water skin. And I'm assuming Sybil was gonna allow her to smell it. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's not resisting anything at the moment. She's just a
So,
little terrified.
Winnie, you breathe in. This thing is fucking loaded with acrid ass serpent's venom.
Let me see your other water skin.
Winnie, give me a perception check. As you say, give me your other water skin, Sybil. I'm assuming that you will offer the other water skin up.
Yeah, she's going to give the other one. This one is the other one that she gets. So this one is the venom from the scorpion. That one, that was. I didn't mean to. And she's gonna offer them both.
So Winnie, as you take the other one, you start to unscrew it. But as you glance down, you notice that so one of her foul blades is completely empty, and the other one looks about 2/3 full. You saw her fucking with poisons up on the platform while this guy was crouched up there and unconscious, while you guys were all down talking to yourselves. Do with that what you will.
What is going on here? Show motion to the empty dagger.
I'm assuming Sybil would then notice the blades are not.
Yeah, so you
filled
pull
the
out
way they
the
should be.
foul dagger you thought you just loaded with serpent's venom is completely empty. And I've already taken care of that in your character sheet, so you don't have to worry about that. But the other one still has the 2 doses in it.
Okay, I'm gonna modify my other water skin to also say poison. Okay, so Sybil's just gonna just look at Winnie and just her eyes are wide. I was just trying to give him water.
I'm gonna insight check her.
Okay, roll an insight check. She seems totally fucking sincere. She seems very confused. She seems just as confused as you do.
She's also a little scared at this point because she's very aware of how this just looked.
Also, as far as the water skin that had the scorpion poison in it, as you open it, it does smell like scorpion ichor. It is unfiltered and unconcentrated at this point and cannot be used as a venom. It would need to be treated and filtered a little bit, but it's definitely what it smells like.
So Winnie would, after doing the insight check and everything, she would put a gentle hand on Sybil's shoulder and kind of try to force eye contact. I believe you. You're dealing with some seriously fucked up bitches. I think they're part of this. But we need to figure this out.
He surrendered to me. Why would I poison him?
You didn't, but you did.
I filled my blades, Winnie. I put the poison in my blades. I haven't even touched this water skin. That's the one that we got from the camps, and and now Bloodmane thinks that I just surrendered.
Okay. So why don't you come sit in the middle of the camp and don't move? I'll go speak with Emeg.
She's gonna just nod a little bit and
She'll
stand.
lead her. Yeah, she'll lead her to the middle of the camp to like right here and point and say, "Have a seat." She'll say audibly, Ulrich, keep an eye on her.
Okie dokie.
Sybil sits, but she's turning the empty fell blade like over in her hand, just kind of looking at it and trying to figure out for her own mind like how it could have happened. So
As when he approaches, she's going to say, in Giant, she's going to address Emig.
Just gonna keep staring at the fire, not paying any attention to you.
She literally puts herself in between him and the fire, as I did on the map.
All of a sudden, there's this big furry bitch sitting in the way of your beautiful flames.
Is he sitting or standing?
I'm just standing.
Okay. So, think about what's in the middle of this camp and why we're here. She did not do that. I know she did not do that.
And here you are, in front of me, pandering for this mewling, dishonorable creature that we suffer her existence.
I was the one that said he should live. I agree with you. But I was ready to strike her down. I went up there ready to strike her down. And she proved to me that she did not do it.
I have spared her so many times. I've brought her back so many times. If she is with us, she brings us dishonor. She taints our names, our clans, just by being in our presence.
What would killing her, what honor would that bring you at this point?
Oh, I don't want to kill her. I won't taint my hammer with the likes of her.
What would sending her off to her own death then? What honor would that bring you?
Justice.
Justice for a crime she didn't commit?
She's committed many crimes, as have we all. But mine have been done with honorable intentions always. Her, she's one of those who uses poisons and dabbles and does backwards things behind the backs of people like us.
Kurt, go ahead and take an inspiration point. DM inspiration. That's fucking awesome.
it's mean, but I love it. And I
love
hate
it
you
too.
for it.
She also has been a part of us surviving. Unfortunate as it might be, she has been a necessity.
I fail to see that.
What do you propose? She's not taking a angry or aggressive stance. She's just standing in front of you.
In the ways of my clan and my people, dishonorable actions earn you exile. You lose your name, you lose your standing.
Being that she's not of your people, how do we deal with this for her? That may not mean a damn thing.
You are all my people. We don't have to be kin like blood. You know, Malachi was not my blood brother, but he was still my brother, and I still mourn him, and I carry him with me. I would do the same for any of you. Until now.
Yes, this is all in Giants. I need you to understand where I'm coming from, too. She tried to save him. Why would she save him just to then poison him?
That's a good question. Why indeed? We've seen her do these sorts of things before. I tire of it. I tire of this conversation.
Emig, as you say that, and when he kind of does whatever she's about to do,
Stand in front of my fire.
Yeah, right? You... a breeze catches your nose, and it is unmistakable to you. It is a warm, salty sea air, and it tussles your beard ever so slightly. Winnie, you see and smell nothing. Bloodman, you feel a familiar presence, like a very quickly rushing wave, come over your mind momentarily, and you hear... Just like that, the wave is gone.
When Emig says he tires of the conversation, Winnie honestly kind of looks like a kicked puppy for a second. She, her demeanor fully drops, her shoulders droop. Look of pain almost comes across her face, and then she sort of regains her composure.
So, for clarification, I didn't hear that entirely clearly. That creepy voice, it said something it.
It said, "Shun it."
On it. Okay. Alright.
It did not say her, it said it.
Oh boy. Things are about to get terrible. Right.
Okay, so Winnie, what would you like to do?
She'll drop her head, look at the ground, and then start to just walk away.
Okay. While that's happening, Ulrich and Sybil, is there anything happening here in the center of camp?
I'm just keeping an eye on the doorway to the hut and making sure the Sybil doesn't try and skedaddle, get lost.
Okay.
Sybil she's sitting just she's sitting on the ground. She's looking at the empty dagger, kind of like twisting it in her hands and just very much in her own little world and thought process. She's not doing well mentally because of any of that. Because that's, yeah, for obvious reasons.
Okay, so a few minutes go by. Winnie eventually rejoins the group, the main part of the group. What would you guys like to do?
So, without an explanation, I don't know what to do here.
I got nothing. I mean, I don't. Clearly, he's very upset. I'm not the happiest person on the planet either. But we need to either pull together or figure something out, because if anything, this place is just going to make it worse. Being this close to this thing.
Well, that's what I think happened. I feel like they were involved, but I can't prove that.
Sybil at the moment does not appear to be paying them any mind.
Well, it doesn't make any sense. Did he have any stab wounds on him, Ulrich? It wasn't from her water skin, it was from her dagger.
Did he? I'm assuming it was the broken neck and bleeding from the eyes. That was the cause of death.
That was it, because he was healed 100% after your spell. That got him back up.
Unless the poison from the dagger made it to the water.
Sybil, you have to understand how this looks. I saw you messing with poisons. I didn't see what you did with them. And now there is a poisoned dead captive.
I filled my blades. The blades are empty. He's dead. I killed him. He kind of just shrugs a little bit, not looking up at either of them.
Winnie walks over to the doorway over here and just listens at it for a minute.
Okay, make a perception check. You hear absolutely nothing emanating from the interior of whatever the hell this place is. You only hear the jungle around you. With that being said, the flies are beginning to very rapidly descend upon the corpses of the 28, well, actually 29 now, this dude's dead. The 29 corpses that are lying around this battlefield, they are descending very quickly, and it's becoming loud with buzzing.
Whatever we're doing, we need to do it soon. He doesn't want her here. I don't know how to combat these things without numbers.
I honestly don't think. I'm agreeing that she did not do this. She was compelled, controlled in some way, shape, or form. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. It's not like it's the first time this hasn't happened.
While I'm over at the fire, I'm going to just kind of try to invoke the knowledge, the wisdom of gods. Talk to Malachi for a minute, and also entreat the aid of the deep old one.
Okay, you focus inward. Easy enough to do. You call on the spirits and the gods and this deep old one that you've had a connection with for quite some time now and have grown more and more powerful within. And again, the flame, which has been burning straight up as it is humid and stale in this fucking place, it nudges in your direction as a soft breeze of burning cinders and salt water hits your nostrils. And you feel a presence again enter your mind, like a slowly growing tide up a bloodied beach.
Yes, Emig.
Am I supposed to cast this one out?
It is useful in its own right. However, its lack of honor and sensibility requires something for now. Give it time to prove itself. But until that time comes, Emig, My child, it does not exist.
Thank you for your guidance.
Go in peace, my child. And I'll talk to you soon.
And it is with that you blink almost out of this trance as the fire itself had just completely vanished before your eyes, and as the last of the tide rolls up your body, there is an audible splash, and you guys hear it from the other side of the camp. And Emig, as you snap yourself out of the trance, the fucking fire is completely out, as if it had been doused with a heavy wave, and you are covered head to toe in salt water.
That honestly would probably make Winnie run that
Yeah,
direction.
there's a loud like a bucket of water being tossed on a fire, and as you get up there, that fire is fucking out, and there is a puddle around Emig.
I'm gonna stay here and keep an eye on Sybil.
She just kind of looks from the fire to Emig, like shocked.
Is that voice I heard one that I would recognize as belonging to any particular entity? Is it one that I'd heard before?
It is the voice that you have heard in your dreams calling you into the deeps. Depths, excuse me, deeps. What the fuck am I?
Understood. I'll just look at Winnie while enjoying the salt water on my skin and in my hair again. Okay, I'm ready. We must prepare to do this thing.
Are you gonna kill her, or what do you,
Kill who?
what thing are we doing? Are we going after them? Are we kicking her out? What are we doing?
Oh, I don't know who you're referring to. I'm referring to the hags.
Okay. I'm referring to our last conversation.
I told you that conversation tired. I tired of it. I don't wish to speak on it. Right now, I don't think we have enough to take these hags on. We might need to find more.
We had more until he shot our captive and disappeared.
The wizard one? Those folks are like that, I
I
think.
know. They are. It's in their nature. Okay. Well, I suspect this giant hut is where we will find them, but if we're not ready, we should get out of here, because I don't expect this is going to get any better here than it already is.
I'll just nod and start walking back over to where Ulrich is.
Awesome. So, you guys are standing there kind of keeping an eye on the tent. Nothing has shifted, by the way, as far as like that tent and things around you. It has stayed very, very quiet. And this has all taken place over the course of another half an hour or so. So we're looking at about 8 p.m. Given the month and the canopy that still looms overhead outside of this little clearing, it is essentially dark, save for some very, very, very light amounts of crimson that are kind of creeping up and over the trees. But it's getting dark rapidly. So
Winnie actually takes a minute back here to pause as Bloodmane walks away. His total shift in demeanor, especially toward her. She stands there for a second, takes a few deep breaths, wipes away some tears, and then, after she composes herself, walks back to the rest of the group.
okay. So Bloodmane and Winnie rejoin Bloodmane rejoins Ulrich and Winnie rejoins the group. Okay, you guys find yourself here. The flies, the mosquitoes are getting very, very heavy. What would you guys like to do?
We need to move.
need to rest somewhere. Where will we rest?
Oh, I don't exactly trust Gartok, so not sure.
We can go back to the supplies. Camp out around that area.
Bugs were bad there too because of
Oh, that's right.
red
You're right.
fruit.
I
I don't think resting here is the best idea.
And
Okay.
also, just to be clear, the bugs have been bad since you guys breached the fucking jungle. They are particularly bad, obviously, around things like rotting meat or flesh or fruit or whatever, but they're bad everywhere. Thankfully, Winnie, you are an experienced jungle traveler, and you do know that there are ways to circumvent that, like making sure that you have appropriate cover. You can also grind soil with water or whatever you've got that's decent. Piss doesn't matter, and you can smear that on your body, and it does help keep them at bay. You guys have not had an issue at this point to where you are being threatened with physical harm, but they definitely are exhausting.
We actually, if we do go back to that area, we could use the mud we created by dumping the water to try to keep them off of us, and then try to find somewhere to sleep.
You also have a trail that leads directly back there, so instead of taking like 2.5 hours to get back there through the jungle, you're looking at maybe 45 minutes.
I mean, honestly, she's just gonna kind of start walking at this point. She too is exhausted with conversation, and it's gonna start moving.
I too dislike this conversation.
I'll go put a hand on Sybil's shoulder, kind of get her to stand up and guide her, and we'll walk back with them as well.
Sybil will stand at Ulrich's touch, but she doesn't say anything.
Okay.
She's just kind of following.
All right, so because you guys are following the trail, and you have already confirmed that the trail leads straight back to where this little supply cache was, I'm just going to go ahead and slap you all right on here. Now, the X's are things that have been tossed and smashed to pieces. Gartok's not here. And, alright, there we go. So you guys are at least on the path there. So what we'll do, guys, it's noon on the dot. We're going to go get the kids down for naps really quick and grab a bite. Let's take 5-10, and then we will pick up, like, right when you guys are arriving back at the tossed supply cache, which is in the same condition you left it in.
This is
Good shit, right?
yeah, it's unfortunate shit, but it's good. It's good. It's spicy. Very spicy.
It is spicy.
I know you would have had that trip prep behind the scenes too, and I thought I was doing a thing with the water. I didn't realize I was doing a thing with the water.
Oh, a thing with the water definitely occurred there.
Sybil was trying so hard to be good and professional.
Doesn't
And it
always
makes
pay
for
to be
amazing
good.
RP.
Alright, guys, I'll be right back.
Say hi.
Hi.
Oh my goodness gracious.
My
Look at-
favorite munchkins.
Two Liams, what?
No, we're not gonna sit. You just say hi real quick, and we're gonna do night night, okay?
Hey guys!
Hi.
I miss you guys!
They wanted to say hi. Yes, I talked about it this week. So say night night. Okay.
Night, everyone, or good afternoon, whatever it is.
Good rest.
Good nap time.
Good rest. Be careful of any water you drink.
Yeah, it's time for a short rest, right? Yes.
Short rest.
Yes, outside. Okay. All right, we're gonna go get them down to rest. We'll be back.
I feel as thirsty as I was before that whole thing went down.
You know, this is why I just never drink water. Like, no one
It
ever
has to come in a
poisons coffee.
can. And coffee by that too.
My God, I can finally use a straw for the first time in like 2 weeks, and I can do coffee again.
Is your sanity slowly returning?
I couldn't caffeinate for almost 2 weeks, and I was on bed rest. So there was no sandy left. Promise.
Fair. Well, I'm glad that you're able to do what your body needs to function now.
Yeah, and I'm through the worst of it, I think. So, all good there. Now we just have to make sure I don't have to give Kevin my new character concept that I've been playing with for 6 months.
Yeah, me too.
You know what? It's fair. If you do decide to exile Sybil, I have a backup plan. We'll be good.
Well, it is not necessarily like a me thing. Just throwing it out there. I know you weren't like privy to the whole patron conversation. I don't think, but
Nope, I was completely AFK at that point. So
yeah.
give me
I
the
mean-
TLDR.
I can give you a rundown. Shoot you a message.
Well, I love how Kevin's doing it, where it's like even though Sybil's trying, she's still fighting, but she's trying to keep her sanity, and it's like despite her best efforts, shit's happening, and I love it story wise.
It's getting pretty real. I mean, it's been pretty real, frankly, but just when you thought it couldn't get any darker or grittier, it does.
Hey, I mean, she's done some good stuff. He saw her do some work inside the well, he saw the evidence of her doing some work inside the walls. Like she's pulling her own weight most of the time now. And I made the captive my friend before I completely murdered him. Really, really wish that I'd gotten his name though.
Yep, now we will never know. It's probably something like Pissmaster.
It's so much worse because he mentioned having the partner and kids too. Like it's oof. Sybil was genuinely trying to be kind. She was gonna speak for him being like released, maybe even helping him get home kind of thing. She was not planning on murder. But from a player perspective, it is a little bit better that the captive got the poison in the water skin instead of Sybil tonight.
Yeah, the poison thing. That's pretty brutal, man. Like, I think I'd rather take the hammer, if it were I in that situation.
Yeah, if Sybil's gonna kill someone, she's just gonna gut them. She's not gonna make them drink literal poison. However, now that she
Or
knows
is
this is
she?
viable attack method, Sybil volunteers to make food tonight.
Yeah, me either. That's weird.
I missed what you said. Say that again.
It's weird. Like I'm not thirsty anymore, or hungry for that matter. It's
Yeah, wonder why. I mean, I do still have some of those, like, the big poisons that we bought really early on.
Alright, guys, I am back. Candace is just using the bathroom, and she'll be right back. And we'll just wait on Casey, and we'll be good to go.
This session, by the way, has been the epitome of thanks, I hate it. It's fantastic. I don't know if you heard any of our discussion while you were AFK, but
I didn't. I didn't have my headset on.
Okay. I was saying that I absolutely love how you, because I have no idea what's going on. I love how Sybil can be, like, trying. She's struggling, but she's trying. And every time she thinks that she's gaining a little bit of ground, this shit happens, and I love it. I hate it, but I love it.
I can't do it all the time as a DM, but when I can do it, I do it.
here you do it.
And I don't know if this is because of her mental breakdown, or if this is something in her brain now, if it's because of the voices she heard. I have no idea. Which means all Sybil can do is try. Try her best.
Sybil's an interesting character. Sybil is a very little column A, little column B, little column C, and a sprinkle of column D character, so yeah.
When I've described her to a couple of my friends who've been watching the stream and stuff, or have just been listening to my horror stories from game, I describe her as, like, she thinks she's a normal person and doesn't realize when she looks back at the carnage behind her that she's exactly where she should be. That's a lot of fun to play.
Sorry, door shut behind me. It scared the shit out of me. I, like, heard it over. There was, like, a part in the music that, or in the ambience that was like, and I was like, Garta? All right, as soon as Casey's back, we'll roll. While he is on his way back, though, just kind of give me a brief, like, what is your guys' intention here as a whole? I'm assuming that you're intending on taking a long rest. Thank fucking God, because honestly, I was really nervous you guys were just gonna be like, fuck it, we're fine, let's just go kill these hags real quick, and I was just gonna be like, me looking at Ulrich's spells and being like, my man's got one level 2 spell left in his repertoire, and he is finito.
Kat, I think maybe you should not use the phrase pulling her weight for Sybil, considering she is made of air. That really doesn't speak to anything.
What's made of air?
Sybil.
Ooh.
Oh, right.
What?
Shun.
You know what? It's even better because of that somehow. No, my intention as Sybil is to just kind of go along with what the party's doing and try and make her own little camp space a little bit away from everyone if she can, and just not make any waves or say or do pretty much anything that she's not directed to. That is her goal for this.
Goddamn
And
it,
then
tomato.
when, people are sleeping, then I do have a couple of prayers that she wants to, do, but that's later, before sleep.
Okay. Yeah, it's easy enough. I mean, with where you guys are at, this whole place was set up as an encampment, so you can pretty much find anywhere you'd like and set yourself up for success. Well, set yourself up for something. Alright, so Sybil, for the sake of it, will put you over here. And then, as you are kind of getting yourself bed down and whatnot, Sybil, what is it exactly that you wanted to, what rounds did you want to go through? I have an idea, but I'll let you, hey, there's Casey, welcome back.
Yep.
Sorry, it took a little bit longer to walk.
No worries at all. This is, we're taking it easy. We were just saying that, so Sybil is going to kind of go off by herself, she said, and she's going to kind of get herself situated and kind of away from the group. Still within view, but, out of sight, out of mind. Easier said than done for some of you.
I'm going to actively be keeping an eye on her, so.
Okay, and with your passive perception, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. Like, you know where she's at. And she is actively trying to just be like, get the fuck, I assume that was it, right?
Yeah, she is actively trying not to hide, but she is also actively trying not to be in the way. She is completely silent the entire walk here. Just kind of autopilot, like walking with Ulrich. When it's obvious that everyone's kind of setting up camp, she just kind of goes just a little bit off to the side, makes sure that she can still be seen though. Like she's trying very hard to not be a threat at the moment. And she's just kind of waiting for direction for some of it. And then when we do actual long rest things, that's when she's going to do prayers and stuff to her gods.
Okay. Is there anything pertinent before this long rest, before you guys get yourself settled into like the normality of things that I need to know?
Nothing for me.
Probably review my my tome.
I mean, it might be relevant for you as the DM that I no longer have fresh water I can drink. But she's not going to bring that up to the group at the moment.
You've got all the fresh water you need. So you guys get yourself settled. Bloodmane, you pull the tome out, and as you continue to go through it, it's like every time you look at this fucking thing, you're learning something new, and the same pages that you've looked at before, which you have looked at before, the runes rearrange themselves to teach you little tiny whispers and secrets that are just something new to you. And as you have continued to go throughout this process, it just makes more and more and more sense. Winnie, what are you doing? You just setting up and chilling?
Yeah, she's trying to keep herself busy. She's really perturbed and bothered by everything that's going on right now. So she's trying to keep herself busy. She's keeping herself, though.
Okay, understood. Alright, so for the sake of brevity, we will say that you guys have bedded down for a long rest. Whoever is keeping first watch, if anybody is keeping first watch, go ahead and give me a perception check. Winnie, okay. Alright. First watch goes by quietly. You don't hear so much as a rustle in the bushes, which is both concerning in the jungle, especially considering the state of this camp, and comforting considering this jungle and the state of this camp. But yeah, you go throughout the first long portion of the evening without so much as a flicker. Next.
I can see.
Okay, perception check, please.
I can see, but I'm not paying attention.
This
Just
book is way too
staring at
fucking cool.
Sybil's sleeping form in your book and just considering killing.
So, the part that you've gotten to in this book, or as the runes are rearranging themselves, which you physically are seeing them like glow and pick up and move to different spots in the page that you're reading, you have learned now about the different tiers of were creature according to were creature society. That would be lesser, standard, greater, alpha. You now understand that there is a hierarchy of when you are first bit, you are a lesser. As you gain power and knowledge and control, and it's all based on levels of control, right? You do become more powerful as you go up in the in the ranks of the hierarchy, but it's all based on control. The lessers are typically your standard like were creatures, the werewolves who can't control themselves as soon as the fucking moon twitches. Whereas the alphas, it could be a full moon on a solstice, and it's not only a full moon, it's a full blood moon, and those motherfuckers will be like, I'm not feeling it today. Whereas everybody else underneath them will wig out and go about their business. So, you understand now that there is a hierarchy. And you are currently the second rung up in the hierarchy. With the way that they explain control.
Do I have any understanding of how much control I actually have based on my readings, or is that kind of left up to interpretation?
It is left up to interpretation. You know for a fact that you're not a wild animal anymore. They keep referring to the lessers as like savages and animalistic, and you don't have those urges anymore. While they're still there, you do have the ability to subside those. You have chosen to give in to them the last couple of times. That you've had any situation or anything pop up, and that was so that you could gain greater control. The lessers, and you remember being a lesser. You remember like, look, if it's a 3/4 moon, I'm just gonna fucking freak out. Like, it's coming. You know that you're just above that. Okay, so Sybil, is there anything specific that you wanted to do during the course of where this long rest was? I know you said you want to do prayers and stuff, but what exactly?
Yeah, so I picture she's laying down for the full time, but there's not a chance in hell she's like sleeping through all of this. Probably, just can't fall asleep. So first part of it, she's always praying to her too. So Corellin, Orethian, or however you say that one, and then Ishtamach, of course. And this is kind of the part of it to the she recognized that her fallen ward is not going to follow the same deific paths as her, but like kind of hoping that wherever his essence is going, safe travels for that, and also just kind of that general praying without purpose, just trying to get sense of everything, just that desperate trying to regain that like that balance and that like calm and everything. That's her big thing there, and she's going to be just awake for a good portion of the night before she probably inevitably falls into a fairly fitful sleep.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Love it. I swear, D&D Beyond has a sense of fucking humor about these.
So as you slip into prayer, you begin praying almost like a madwoman in your mind. And as the prayers kind of progress, obsession washes over you. and the prayers and the requests for help and guidance turn to obsession. And the obsession leads to a manic state where you are so enthralled in the prayers that you are currently spitting and bouncing around your mind to these two gods that you blink, and when you come to, the morning sun is kissing your face through the canopy, and you have gotten no sleep. You suffer a level of exhaustion. Ulrich, through the first chunk of your watch, while you're watching her, you do notice that she is deep in thought. She tries to close her eyes, she starts to toss and turn a little bit. And as you kind of get yourself to the point where you need to bed down and go to sleep... Sorry, give me 1 second, got loud on my... Hey, excellent. Thank you for that gift sub, Lucy. And Fern, welcome on in. I don't know if you were talking before. I apologize. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to chat when I am DMing. However, I definitely appreciate you being here. And yeah, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We'll chat a little bit at the end of the game here too. We got about hour and a half left of this session, and then we'll be moving on for the rest of the afternoon. But I appreciate you, Lucy. Thank you. All right. So you see her tossing and turning, and as the hours start to slip by, you notice that she begins to actually go from like quiet, like, you know, inward reflection and just a lot of like face touching to this, and with your perception, I'm just giving this to you, she starts to go through this repetition that is obsessive compulsive in nature. She'll touch her chin, and then she scratches at her ear, and then she wipes sweat from her brow, even if there's no sweat there, and then she clenches her fist 4 times, and then she rinses and repeats, and she starts to go on this cycle, and you realize she is not in a good state of mind. And that's when you drift off into your own slumber, and Sybil, just like that, you come to, and your face hurts. You've got this rash on the side of your face from where you've been touching your brow and your ear, and as you come to, you are just absolutely fucking exhausted, and you realize, holy shit, I got absolutely no sleep, but the night was a blur. Alright, so everybody comes to in the morning. What are you guys doing?
Eat it.
Yeah.
Nothing that Sybil touched. But
luckily for you, I think Winnie holds most of the rations.
Yeah.
So. Alright, so what are you guys eating?
Winnie's gonna eat some of the fruit that we had gathered that she knows needs to be eaten first.
Okay. Everybody else following suit, or?
We have 10 pounds of fruit, so.
It's not my favorite, but I'll eat it for you. All right, let's have some fruit.
Did he actually say that, or did you?
No,
say
no.
Okay.
All right, so everybody eats some fruit.
You want me how much do you want me to remove? I know fruit is not.
Oh shit! How many pounds was it?
10. We have.
Just remove it all.
All of it.
Yeah, you guys just got to consume all of it to really get your fill. So you guys consume your fruit.
I'm assuming Winnie would Winnie bring Sybil? Does Sybil need to go over? Like, how does that kind of look?
She would not. So she would bring it over to Sybil. She wouldn't call Sybil over. Everything going on.
Okay. Then at that point, Sybil would just she'd look up and just kind of do this, like, very tired, like, it's a very forced, very tired, like, half smile, and then just kind of look down, and then just kind of very mechanically just start eating.
One moment.
So I'll go, kind of chilling on this rock right now. I'll go down by Ulrich. I think Sybil and Winnie are kind line by each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll address all of it. So what do we need to do? Do we need to get anything before we go after these hags? I feel like we're underprepared. We almost died last time. If it wasn't for that dragon, it would have been bad. Worse.
I agree. I don't know if there's like what we can grab to prepare other than just ourselves. Like we need to be at our best no matter what. Like we need to sit, make a plan, you know, execute the plan, expect the plan to fail, and then throw away the plan and make a new plan. I'm going to expect going into that hut is going to be similar to going into the basement at Mama Mundi's again. Just a different flavor.
Do we know what hags these are? Which type?
I think these were the sea pigs.
Guess we'll find out one way or another, but
After delivering the fruit and getting that kind of non-reaction when you'll come back over this way. We should not stay put too long anywhere.
No, I agree. We were just discussing ways that we can, what we need to plan for, because like I told that walking into that hut is going to essentially be like walking into Mama Mundi's basement again.
Mm-hmm.
And were these the sea hags? I don't remember.
Consult my
I feel like this one day has lasted like 3 weeks. It's amazing. It's so weird.
It's funny how that happens sometimes. Actually, I'm glad you said that, just for everybody's record. It is the morning, it is Sunday, the morning of the 19th of Jury, and we'll call it about 8:30 in the morning.
Ulrich can't speak giant, right?
No, sure.
Okay,
Not
then
yet.
I'll continue in common for Ulrich's benefit. So we were just discussing what we need to do to prepare for this. I don't feel like we're fully prepared, and we need to do better in the future. Otherwise, well, we die.
Like I said, I really think the best thing we need to do is we need to sit and plan, even though we don't have a lot of information. We just have past experience with hag nonsense, and well, it's never really turned out. I mean, well, I guess in the end, it's turned out okay for us, but you know, the middle part is where we get a little fidgety.
Feel like if we don't have more healing, we're just committing ourselves to, it might be almost suicidal. Obviously, between you and Winnie, you guys can shore up a lot of that, but if anything happens to either of you, it's going to be rough. They're going to be at least the 3 sisters, and then whatever minions they have. We still haven't run into the Warlord. He's not Warlord by being stupid. He's not Warlord by being weak. We're going to have a very tough time ahead of us. If he is with the sisters, I don't know if we'll be able to make that happen.
I know we killed the scouts, or I'm pretty sure we killed the scouts that were out there.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the last set of hags that we fought were night hags. These may be sea hags. I can. Let me hold on. She'll go back over this way. Sybil,
She looks up.
what do you recall? What type of hags we suspect these will be?
Green hags.
Thank you. Goes
She
back.
nods.
She kind of looks annoyed when she walks back over at the fact that she has to be a messenger between two people who are 15 feet away. I believe they're going to be green hags based on notes that we have between all of us.
How far are we from that town? We want to go back and stock up before we commit.
If healing is your concern, it's probably not a bad idea.
It's definitely a concern. It's always a concern.
We'll say we've got
And we're low on doubloons, correct?
I think
So-
there's still one in the bag of holding. It's hard to say because it doesn't have a count. But usually if something's gone, I take it out.
Right. Mine doesn't have a count either. I know I haven't used it.
Right.
But I
That's-
can't even assign a count to it. I can't find a way to do it. So
Okay.
I'm just leaving it as it is on my sheet.
I think we do have one more. So I'm going to hand that over to Ulrich and take it out of the bag of holding because I have one on my person.
Okay, so instead of just reducing these things to 0, delete the item entirely.
That's
I
what
know
I'm
it's
doing,
a little
yeah.
teeny tiny pain in the ass on this side, but if you have 0, it should not exist on your character sheet, so we don't ever have to question it.
Yeah, that's how I typically do it. So I'm deleting it from the bag of holding. Ulrich needs to add it to his inventory, and I have one on Winnie.
Adding it now.
I also still have, I think, just one dose of that ointment. So if it comes down to it, I do have that. We have a couple of scrolls, but outside of that, I do think healing potions are not a bad idea. I don't know if we'll ever properly be prepared to go up against these things.
I don't think we will. I think we just need to go in. I hate saying go in expecting the worst and make do with it, but it's hard to plan for something we know 0 about, and then we were already bad enough planning when we have information.
We're north of Kiru, right? That's the jungle we're in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pull the, if you guys want, I can pull the big map up for you again.
Yeah, I've got it in my handouts list, so
Okay.
that's kind of a nice feature. Actually, I really like that. I've got like a whole bunch of stuff in there that I can just like reference. That's cool.
I know I rogued the laminated map, so that's nice.
I was wondering where that fucking thing went. As I'm pulling your guys' binders apart after the move, I was like, didn't I have a fucking laminated map in here somewhere?
I asked before I rogued it.
It was a very fast, very busy move, so it was on me, not you. Okay.
How long did it take from Kiru to get to this point? I think we were traversing through the jungle, so it probably took a little longer.
And
We
you
didn't
guys
take
got-
the path the whole way.
That is correct. You guys got lost a couple of times, too. From where you were to where you are now, it was a couple days' travel.
Oh boy. Alright, well, we need to make a decision. Do we go back to Kiru? Or do we let the dice fall where they fall?
Does anyone recall how much resources they had when we were there? It was a wasted trip.
I was kind of in a trance.
Bit of
Well, let's go back because worst thing that happens is we're able to get a good rest in before we get back, before we go attempt this. But the risk there is that the leader gets back to them if he hasn't already and goes back out with another force.
well, the dead ones can't be part of that force, and I think we did an okay job with that.
You think they can't be part of that force.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so what are you guys doing? What's the
No.
call?
Yeah, we're going to Kiru.
Key room. Okay. So whoever is leading, please give me a survival check.
I think that's usually Bloodmead.
Dude, what the fuck? I've been rolling like shit this whole game.
So, you begin to travel in the correct direction, and after about 30 minutes or so, Bloodmane, you kind of stop. You're looking around. You're sweating. Everybody's sweating. It's hot. This jungle is getting hotter and hotter by the second. And you turn to look at the group, and everybody has not completely frozen in place, but everybody has stopped and has started to double over. The group as a whole. Your stomachs begin to burn as if you had just swallowed fistfuls of glass and followed it with a vial of acid. Burning rises up in your stomachs into your throat before collapsing inward. The chills begin to creep over your body, and as you all look down over your hands, as a physical wave of cold and goosebumps creep across your skin, down to your fingernails, you all look at your hands and realize that where at one point in time, through your flesh, most of you, minus your scaly friend, could see your own veins in a blue hue, now blackened roots quiver underneath your flesh. One by one, you begin to hear something. Ulrich. As you double over and instinctively cry out in pain, you hear...
From this verse of which I brew, you shall lose someone close to you. Goodbye, bastard.
Ulrich, suddenly, there is a flash of pain that rockets across the top of your skull as if you're about to get a migraine. And as you sit up, you vomit this black bile onto the ground. You all look over and see it happen to Ulrich. Suddenly, Ulrich, in front of you, your kid brother. The one who's been with you guys this entire time. The one who's tagged along with you every step of the way because you begged the group for him to go. Because he needed to go where you went. And you as his protector. His body evaporates in a burst of black energy. And your mind begins to collapse in on itself. Until further notice, you are suffering from amnesia. You know who you are. and you retain all of your racial traits and your class features 100%. But until further notice, you recognize nobody around you and you remember nothing before this moment. It is as if you have just awoken in a new form. Treat it as such. Now you are aware of what you are and who you are, and that you have just come into existence. You remember nothing. Sybil.
Stupid girl. Of green skin and slimy toe. You will give me what I owe. And thank you in advance.
Bloodmane.
The biggest of the group, yes. For this, you have crossed the line. Your body will now be filled with root and vine. Good luck resisting this, asshole.
Winnie.
Fair as a flower's bloom. Yours will be stolen soon.
You all immediately suffer one level of exhaustion, and as you look out and across the group to each other, you realize that Ulrich is standing there completely befuddled. All of the veins in your body are visible to each other as these black tendrils creeping up and around you. Something has happened. 3 of you are not entirely sure what has happened at this point, but you are 100% aware that something fucked up just happened, and you all heard 100% your respective voice. What do you do?
So Winnie suspected with the water that the supplies were poisoned, and I'd like to think that at this point it feels pretty solidified for her. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any potions that are gonna help us.
Yeah, we're sicker than shit still, right? So, we gotta get somewhere. Like, there's no way we can fight in this condition. Like, holy shit.
Well, I think the fruit was bad. I think everything was poisoned. I think all the supplies were poisoned. That's what I was trying to say before.
Sybil, in kind of contrast to this, because this is not the first time she's heard voices lately. She stumbles for a second, puts a hand to her head for just a moment, and then just shakes her head to kind of try and dismiss it, and just puts a hand against a nearby tree to steady herself. It's that movement leaves her very dizzy.
Yeah.
Oliver's just gonna look around and be like, "Are you guys okay? I'm a healer if you need any help or anything."
We know.
My name's Ulrich. What's yours?
Neil, look over at Emig.
As you guys both glance at Ulrich, his eyes are completely glazed over. Like, this dude doesn't know who the fuck he is.
We need to make it to town.
Okay. I have an idea. Ulrich, is it?
Yeah.
Are you able to fix poison?
Let me think about that for a second.
And it would probably take him a minute to be like, oh fuck, I think... Hang on. Maybe...
Poison? No.
Okay.
If it's a magical poison, maybe I could try to dispel it.
I don't know if that would work, but you could try. Maybe, start with him. She'll nod toward Emig.
Okay. And he'll try a 3rd level dispel on Emic.
Okay. So he very instinctually, as he is a sorcerer, walks over to this big blue guy who's got these weird black veins, and in a even semi-confused state, performs the incantation very matter-of-factly. This is very unlike what you guys have seen Ulrich, how he has developed throughout time, where it's very intentional and very, you know, majestic. This is very, nope, these are the words I say, and these are the hand movements I do. Boop! And as he does so, a wave of arcane energy shimmers over Bloodmane. Nothing changes. The veins remain.
And Ulrich has the veins as well, right? All of us do?
Everybody.
Okay. Okay. So I have an idea. She's gonna look at the, like, around at the party. She'll look at Emig. So obviously she'll like motion toward Ulrich. Affected worse, or at least it seems like it, worse than all of us. I have something that might work, but I can only use it on one person.
Try.
On him?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but he is worse affected.
Seems that way. She'll go over to Ulrich and say, I'm afraid I think all of us have been poisoned, and you as well. Do you mind if I try to cure your poison?
I mean, sure, I kind of feel like crap anyway, so what's the worst that can happen?
Don't ever say that. Okay, so...
The things he has to relearn.
You're starting from scratch.
She'll reach
Someone
into
shook
the...
this sketch real good.
Yeah. She'll reach into the bag of holding and take out the Keatom's ointment, and then spread it on his skin and, apply the ointment to hopefully get rid of the poison. So that's the last dose. I'm going to take it out of my inventory.
Okay.
Also,
Go ahead.
that. Not that he needed it, but...
Oh, yeah, no, everybody's fine health-wise.
Not everyone.
Well,
I'm still
okay,
hurting,
that
and now
is
I'm
fair.
extra tired.
Hey, you are super tired. Yeah, actually, you guys are going to be moving at half speed now, because she moves at half speed.
I'm pretty sure I'm just getting left behind. I know how I'm being shunned.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Right now she's just leaning against a tree, very casually.
Okay, so you give him the ointment, and he consumes it. He kind of like dips it like a, because you can either drink it or you can swallow it or you can put it on the skin. There's nothing on the skin to put it on, so he just kind of like puts it as a paste in his mouth. It tastes, it's like a sweetened aloe. It's okay. As it goes down, there is a very wonderful warm effect deep in the pit of your stomach. And as that happens, you guys actually see a soft glow kind of emanate from his mouth as he kind of smacks his lips. And in the blink of an eye, he immediately projectile vomits this black ichor onto the ground in front of you, and nothing happens. You did remove that, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay, take it back. That is the worst that could have happened because that tasted like crap on the way
I
back
told
out.
you never say that. Okay.
I'll take that in mind.
Well, we should. I don't know if going back to town is worth it now.
A real quick question. Where are we?
We're in the middle of the jungle, near Kiru.
Okay. I'm kind of used to waking up in weird circumstances. It kind of happens every now and then when I get redone.
That's accurate as fuck.
Yeah, we know. You've actually met us before.
Well, that's a quick reincarnation then. It generally takes a long time.
This time it wasn't. I think this might be part of the poison.
That would be a very strong poison.
Yeah, it's from hags. More than likely.
Oh, I hate hags. They're such a pain.
Yeah, you want to go fight some?
Not really. I'm not much of a fighter.
You want to go help
might
us
keep you
fight
alive.
some? Yeah, that would be helpful. Emig, what do we do? We go to town, or what do we do here?
We cannot seriously go after the hags like this. This one can't remember anything.
He can still cast spells.
Yeah, but how long will it take him to remember the spell? In combat, you have to be able to send it. I don't think he can send very quickly now. Can you, Ulrich?
Full send, baby.
I mean, yeah, that seems fine. I mean, my brain feels okay for the most part. I mean, I know what I can do.
Xavier, is this black ichor like what we saw before with the child and with Ulrich and with not Heskin and with Azaki?
Very similar. Very, very similar. It is something ain't right about it. And I mean, you could try to study it a little bit if you'd like to, but yeah, it's dark.
If we're afflicted by the same thing we've seen before, I don't think there's a cure outside of defeating the hags.
Guess we'll die.
I'd rather die fighting than die.
I don't know if this is poison.
What do you think it is? It started from the inside out. That's what makes me think it's poison. About the amount of time it would take
Could be a
to...
curse. No.
Could be a curse. Can you fix that? Don't use it on him. You should look at Emig.
He cannot. I can tell you right now, he can't cast it.
No. I can do diseases. I can do blindness.
Well, did anybody else hear a creepy voice when all of this started?
No.
Yeah,
It's true, he didn't.
they called me an ass.
That may have been...
Rude.
They called you an asshole, the voice did?
Yeah. I don't like the truth. The truth hurts.
Typically.
It was a hag. It sounded like a hag.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. I'm not sure what she was getting at, but you got me losing flower. I don't think sitting still is a good idea, though. They're clearly watching us.
I just know that I generally appear where I need to be. So if I'm appeared by you guys, then this is probably what I got to do. So you just tell me what you need, and I'll help. Do I remember like all of my items, like my equipment and stuff, or do I have to like fiddle through my pockets and figure out what I got?
Yeah, so you only really know, like, what you innately know, so your abilities, your racial stuff, your powers, spells, things like that. As you start to pat yourself down and go through things, you do realize, like, what you have, and you can read. I mean, you know, you can see things, but you don't unattune from anything that you're attuned to or anything like that.
Okay, that's it. He'll just spend some time being like, "Ooh, hey, that's shiny. Ooh, hey, that's shiny. Ooh, neat.
Hey, where the fuck did I get this?
Look at this useless pearl." No, just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Please don't lose anything.
Okay, so last time that little girl was cursed by hags, right? We might just have to go kill him.
I suspect that as well.
I don't like it, but I have to accept it.
If we rest again before we fight them, I might be able to.
We rest
Try.
again, we'll get more exhausted. This will waste us away.
Okay. I'm gonna use my hair as much as I can because it seems to be very effective.
Fuck you. Now I don't even feel bad about what just happened to you, you thief.
Thief of joy.
You thief of joy, you thief of fruit and joy.
This game is a fucking thief of joy, Jesus Christ.
Y'all want to fuck with hags. I got things to do. I mean,
We didn't want to. We just kind of did. All right.
you
well,
chose to fuck with hags. None of this would have ever been written if it weren't for you guys fucking with hags early on.
let's head back that way. I'm pretty sure we know where they are.
Well, that makes it a lot easier if you know where they are already.
Well, so it makes getting there easier.
Hey, every little bit of easier makes it easier. Every little bit of burden off the load.
Problem
So,
is, with
let's
us in
end this.
Well, caves, right? I have a very big fear of caves for some reason. Or at least standing at the top of one for something. I don't remember why.
Yeah, don't stand at the top of. Don't jump off of anything.
Oh, shit.
That would be dumb. I
You're
fly.
really dumb. Yeah, no, you can't. All right, Winnie's gonna start heading up or back toward the hags.
Sybil's gonna start following. Like she was kind of leaned against this tree with like her head against it, just kind of focusing on staying upright. And she's gonna follow, but she is not moving fast. She is barely plodding along.
Yeah, so Sybil is moving at half speed right now. So are you guys hoofing it without her?
I'm sure Winnie would have noticed because she knows nobody else is really looking for Sybil at this point. We should maybe slow down a little bit.
Yeah, Ulrich says chuck it along.
Did the thing that died from the poison in the camp? It didn't get the black veins, right?
Not that you saw, but you didn't inspect it.
Right. I'm just going off of what Ulrich had said, which is that it was poison. She's moving real slow back there.
All right. So, Bloodmane, you're just moving at normal pace? All right. So, about 30 minutes goes by as you guys go back the way you came, and Winnie, Bloodmane just disappears out of sight. He's gone. So I need you to make a survival check for me, please, Winnie. Bloodmane, you came this way, so you know where you're going. Well, I don't know. That nat 1 was not looking good. Okay, survival. So you're following Bloodmane's trail as a dude that big definitely leaves like a fucking... It looks like a moose went through the fucking jungle. So you do follow him successfully, but by the time you guys get back to the clearing, which you guys are currently staged in right now, near the path, he's already gone. He's out of sight. He is already down the path and moving at his own speed. So you get there, but you do find his footprints leading to the north. What would you like to do?
Continue following, I guess.
Sybil would just kind of no, just go. I'll catch up.
Is Sybil pretty light? How much does she weigh?
I don't know. Oh crap, it's not in that. Let me see if I've got a physical thing written down for that. I have absolutely no idea. Let me.
So
I'm
I just
assuming
pulled up.
Genasi weigh normal.
Hold on, I just
Ish.
pulled up your. Hold on, I just pulled up your old character sheet. It says you're 5'6" and 130 pounds plus whatever you're carrying in your bag. So 130 pounds plus what is your bag weight currently? Or your
43
character?
pounds.
Okay, so she's like a little less than 200 pounds.
All right. Winnie would say, yeah, no. And she would just kind of pick her up and football carry her because my carrying capacity is 420 pounds.
Winnie's strong as fuck.
Yeah, she's got. I think it's part of your special thing, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is, because I'm part giant or whatever.
Yep.
So she'll just football carry Sybil and try to... She's not going to run, but she's going to go normal speed to try to catch up to Emig and Ulrich.
Okay, give me a second. You unchecked at some point in time your backpack and your bag of holding. They do have a weight to them, so you just went from like 30 pounds to 53.
Okay.
So just so you know. But either way, so you pick her up, and even with the additional almost 200 pounds, you're like 250, we'll say, give or take a little bit here or there, which is still well within your carrying capacity. Now Emig is already ahead of you, so Emig, you arrive back at the camp with Ulrich in tow, kind of just following you. And you definitely, you would arrive before anybody else. Whoops, sorry. Moving you all over the place here. Okay, so you arrive back at the camp. About 10 minutes it goes by before Winnie even shows up, with how far behind she was. So what would you like to do? You get back here. Everything looks as is. The corpses are infested with flies. I mean, like, as you walk up, the stench of decay just fucking washes over you, almost to a point of nausea. But as you enter, it doesn't look like anything has been touched here. It's pretty dead. And the fires have all burned out.
Man, what happened here?
Oh, just another place that makes me wish for my own death, Ulrich.
That's not good to do.
I'm gonna kind of look around for Winnie. Oh, we have to wait for her. I don't know what's slowing her down.
Did you not see the other lady that was moving really slow?
No, I didn't see any ladies.
Wow. Get your eyes checked.
I love this Ulrich. He needs to never get his memories back. I have an ally potentially.
We'll just hang out, I guess, until Winnie shows.
All right. So Winnie and Sybil, as you are traveling down the path, following the very obvious and heavy footprints of Emig in the soft, moist jungle soil, suddenly, suddenly, Winnie, as you're walking, you feel Sybil's body get very wet, almost slimy in nature, and as you glance down at her, you physically watch her light blue skin turn a soft green, and her fingers begin to elongate ever so slightly, disproportionately from her normal hand size. Her eyes begin to widen, large on her head, and begin to retract almost to the sides. Her mouth follows suit as it grows almost double in size, and her jaw kind of droops open. Her head also grows proportionally larger in size compared to her body, and that's about where that stops. But she undertakes a physical, huge transformation. As that is happening, Sybil, you're looking up, being kind of carried here, and as you do so, you realize that Winnie's facade just becomes beautiful. Something about her is almost unearthly in its beauty, almost unnatural in her beauty. You could swear for just a moment that her cheekbones and her jawline just shift ever so slightly to give her the absolute perfect facial symmetry. Her eyes, where at one point they were a little bit too wide for her face, come together ever so slightly, and there is just something fucking beautiful about this woman. Candace, your charisma is temporarily increased by 1.
Sybil's still fucking exhausted, like, throughout all of this, right? Like,
that is absolutely correct.
Okay.
With that being said, Sybil, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Let's see if it's gonna click over at all. That would be fantastic. I'm gonna click on it twice, or again, I apologize if it rolls twice.
Okay.
Well, I'm grateful for the first one at least.
Yeah. So you see her face grow strangely perfect in nature, and Winnie, as you were looking down, you see Sybil begin to transform into something absolutely fucking hideous.
I
feel
know
like-
it's.
Good.
I would say I think Sybil, because she's half dead from exhaustion at this point too, starts just like mumbling, like half speaking, half mumbling, just prose, like about Winnie, like fragments of like the songs and speeches she's been working on, but now like focused to very appearance. It's just she temporarily goes barred on Winnie.
Oh. Well, when Winnie sees her transformation, she'll go, "Blah!" and throw her down.
Ow!
Wow, it's rude as fuck. Yeah, so she just like throws you onto the ground. And as you hit the ground, you kind of like look up, Sybil, like, what the fuck? And you kind of like put your hands out to brace yourself, and as you instinctually look down, you now see your own skin. And you look at your own hands and realize that your fingers have extended by like 3 inches, and they have widened very, very far, the fingers separating apart. And you feel something strange as your vision begins to shift, and you reach up and realize your eyes are changing and your mouth is changing. And your skin has become physically green and very lightly slimy to the touch.
So Sybil is going to assume this is another hallucination that she needs to ignore. So she's just going to kind of try and push herself to her feet at that point and just just moving slowly and carefully because she's tired, but she's not commenting on it. She's just shoving that into that little box where she's keeping all the terrifying everything and ignoring it at the moment. So she doesn't panic and run.
The only healthy way of handling your mental. Just shove it in the back with the rest of it.
Sorry for dropping you. Okay. Let's catch up more quickly now.
Yeah, let's go. I can run. Let's go.
Okay, so moving at a standard pace, as that is Sybil's now running pace, you guys, within the course of, 6 or so minutes, find yourself running into the camp. So as you guys approach, Ulrich and Bloodmane, you see exactly what I just described. Winnie's facial features it's slight. And her personality might not match it, but her physical features have just made her more perfect in the face, ever so slightly, and Sybil, quite frankly, is becoming a fucking monster.
Winnie's eyes are like this big as she walks up, and she's like looking like trying to get them to look at what's following her.
That does look like the person you were with before. The one he didn't see, apparently.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned that whatever they did to her before stuck.
Does Winnie appear differently to me? Does she look?
Yeah, no, she definitely, to both of you. There has been a very slight physical. It's like seeing somebody who was already good looking in your eyes before and right after a facelift. After the scar is healed, obviously. But it's like, there just something, what the fuck has changed? Something is, wow.
I don't think we have much time.
Yeah, let's hurry, and maybe can you acknowledge this for right now so that it's not just me?
Acknowledge what? You look different.
She'll just roll her eyes and start walking in.
He's gonna lean over and whisper at Enoch, "You two married? Are you fighting?"
We're dying.
Well, that's morbid. I'm gonna go help the lady, and he'll go help Sybil.
Okay. So you go and kind of assist Sybil as she is panting desperately as she's got these big bags under her goofy-looking, giant, bulgy eyes. And as you touch her, she's cold and fucking slimy to the touch. Not slimy, moist. It's getting to be slimy.
She's going from air to a water genasi. Got it.
That was what I was thinking initially.
I'm like a polluted stream genasi at this point.
Yeah, that's the
You're
most
the
accurate
Chicago
fucking
River.
thing I've ever heard. Yeah, you are the Chicago River. Oh, God. Okay,
Only once a year though, because she's green.
that's true. All right, so what are you guys doing?
I'm
Going
gonna
into
stop and
this fucking
listen
thing.
first. I'm gonna stop and listen as I get there. He pushes past, then I guess I'm gonna hear him walk past me.
I mean, I'm not going to try to barge by you, but I do plan on going through. If you stop and listen, that's fine.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Again, just like before, you hear nothing coming out of this tent. Not a sound is coming through this barrier. You hear the jungle around you.
Well, last time we went through one of these things, I remember it wasn't great.
And every so often, as you're taking that moment to listen, as Emig kind of pushes through, and you see like like a ripple in a pond, it kind of, and he melds through, and you see him on the other side. Every so often, you swear, very quietly, coming from behind you, where Ulrich and Sybil are, you can swear you hear. All right, what's your guys' marching order?
I'm gonna go in after Bloodmane.
I'm gonna be in the back.
I'm with Ulrich at this point. She's probably leaning on him a little more than she thinks she is. And she's gonna mutter something in Primordial, which, is very obviously a thank you, but it's half slurred.
All right, one moment.
Because, 2 levels of exhaustion is the equivalent of going, multiple days without any sleep, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, it's like you've been up for 48 hours, essentially.
Yeah, that's absolutely not great.
1 second.
I think she's looking at the ground, just trying to focus on keeping her feet actually moving and not looking at Bloodmane specifically.
Hey, there we go. Okay, give me one moment here. They just updated their, so they just updated their fucking lighting system in this app, or in this program, and it has been, I've been fighting with it for literally 4 fucking days. And I hate when they do this shit and launch it without doing the appropriate amount of testing. It really bothers me. All right, so you enter the archway, and the archway leads into what you see before you. You guys know how we operate here. What you see is what you get. There are 3. Actually, whoops. Sorry, that's not supposed to be a door at the end of the hallway there. I was like, what the fuck is that thing?
Really quick, when we walk through, Winnie would turn around to see if she can put her arm back through or if we're trapped.
I'm sorry, hang on. Repeat that one more time.
Like right after she would walk through, she wants to try to see if she can put her arm back through to leave, or if we're trapped in here. She's trying to figure out if running is going to be an option.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, so as you step through, you go to put your arm back through, and there's a solid wall behind you. You can't even see out. You can see in, kind of like a one-way mirror, but you can't see out.
All right. Well, the only way out is through.
Give me one moment.
When we're all in the hallway, Sybil is going to kind of mumble, and she's like kind of alternating between like primordial and like common a little bit. Which means Bloodbait's probably the only one that's getting all of it. But it's the I can go and scout if we want. I can look ahead, sneak. Still absolutely leaning like on Ulrich as she's saying that.
I don't
Alright.
think that's a good
I
idea.
don't think she's doing too good. Just calls it like I see fit.
I'm gonna listen at this first door.
Okay. So everything in here, just so you know, is made of stone in some way, shape, or form. There is cobblestone on the ground. The walls are made of stacked stone. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I'm done with this game today, my guy.
So you put your ear against the door and you don't hear a damn thing. It's cold to the touch when you put your ear against it, but that's about it.
Did anyone notice that this push looked a lot smaller on the outside?
It did. It did.
Okay, just want to make sure I wasn't the only one that noticed it.
No, it did.
Is this door locked?
Door's not locked. You put your hand on what is like a really big, almost like triangular stone knob, and as you do so, it actually hurts to touch. Like the point of the triangle is pointing directly at you. Very strange. But as you give it a jiggle, you do feel like it give and twist inward if you would like. I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm just gonna look at Winnie before I commit to turning this thing and opening it.
She's gonna take a deep breath and try to look as positive as she can. A nod.
Wait, Winnie,
Wait.
we should look for any trap things. I can look. I can look if you need to move.
And I open the door.
Alright, so the door swings open. Ahead of you is a 5-foot-long, like, entryway, essentially like a hallway. And ahead of you, you see the following. You see in the far end of the room, there is a large, very visible to you from even the doorway. There is, first of all, there are 2 braziers hanging off the wall from a set of 3 chains. So there's like an arm that goes out, 3 chains, and they're hanging bowls. You hear crackling, just like you hear crackling out in the hallways. Actually, excuse me, you don't hear crackling in the hallways. These are orb lights. Just to kind of give you guys an idea, the orb lights in the hallways, they're actually like made of glass of some sort or some sort of crystalline structure, perfectly spherical. They're sitting in like an outstretched, what would be like a torch sconce, but they are just these glass orbs sitting there glowing green. On the inside of this room, the braziers are crackling as if there is a fire in them, and you do see green flames looking up and out of the bowls and casting a green light on the walls. So, on the eastern side of the room, there appears to be a handful of shelving units. And directly ahead of you, from what you can see right now anyways, is a very large, like 10 foot wide by 10 foot tall, like statue platform. And on top of it appears to be some sort of creature. It's kind of tough to tell from where you're at, but some sort of creature kind of hunched over with these big bat-like wings kind of like swooping over, almost in a protective state on itself. What would you like to do?
Kind of move to the side so when he can see. And just say, no hacks.
We can see. Do we want to just keep opening doors, or do we want to explore further?
I don't think we have a whole lot of time here. But I think you should make this call.
Lets out a very long sigh. Okay. She'll peek into this door, like into this little entryway, and try to see if there are any traps. So she's gonna just kind of look in there, see if there are any traps that she can notice.
Sure, make a perception check.
25.
You have been on fire with your rolls. You took all of Bloodbane's luck.
Wait till we get into it.
So yeah, you don't happen to notice anything of particular interest in this entryway. Oh.
Okay. She will try to step in there to, like, just peek in, see around the corner and stuff.
Yeah, so as you peek in, a couple of things. First of all, over on the right-hand side of the wall, it's now very clear to you, standing easily 6.5, 7 feet tall, is a massive X-shaped torture rack that leans against the wall with a set of iron manacles that are lying next to it on the ground, and then a set up on top that are hanging off of it from each of the points of the X. In the ones that are up on top, there are partially rotted but completely fur-covered hands still inside the manacles that have been clearly severed from whatever body was here. Next to it, on the northern and southern parts of the wall, there are a couple of shelves that have miscellaneous things on it. From where you're at, you can't really tell. There is an absolutely massive blue-hued mushroom as you look in, literally like 5 feet round is the size of the cap, and the stalk and the base are probably, I'd say, a good 1.5 feet wide, stands probably about 2 feet tall. Very out of place in here. From across the room, you can see, again, without investigating it too closely, you're not entirely sure what it is, but you can definitely tell it's a stone statue of some creature, and then standing idly next to it and in front of it are two alabaster-colored urns, both of which are currently closed. And then to the left of you, as you peek in over here, you see two sets of what you would think of as a standard, like, jail or prison cell. One is about 10 feet long, the other 15, and even from the doorway you can see inside bones scattered all over on the interior. Both of the doors leading into said cells are currently closed. What would you like to do?
I see, this looks like a torture room of some kind. Hearn's statue, I can't tell what the statue is, but it's a huge mushroom. I don't know if it would be worth it to go in here.
Well, let us continue.
Just close the door behind her.
Okay. Anything from the peanut gallery in the back?
No.
Nope.
Only
Sybil,
Okay.
all Sybil's doing is just making sure the hood of her cloak's up. That's really it, and she is going to stop leaning on Ulrich, then kind of move up a little bit.
Okay. All right.
So, at the end of this hallway, you got the door down at the bottom. In front, is something on that wall?
It's not. So I didn't realize when I was building this that I accidentally threw a fucking door in there. That is not a door. The wall stops there.
Okay, done for. I will progress to the next door, I suppose.
Okay.
Watch your step.
So you progress to the next door. Without watching his step, nothing terrifying seems to happen. Lucky ducky.
There's still time. Don't worry.
Oh, there's plenty of time. Don't you Look. Y'all walk into a fucking suspected hag lair. There's time, I promise you. Okay. So, you approach the door. It is, again, a stone door. A stone door in all of its glory. That's about all there is.
Alright. It is a pretty thick stone door. Listening probably won't help too much, but I will try.
Alright, go ahead and give me a perception check. "23. You hear, through the stone door, very quietly, as everybody in this hallway falls pretty dead silent as you're all pretty fucking exhausted, you hear the very soft dripping of what sounds like multiple sources of water. Very quiet, though, very faint.
Kind of like a water dripping or something like that.
Okay. Okay. So let's try to peek it. Or do you want to go listen at the other one first?
We can try listening at the other one just to see before we commit to opening either of these doors.
Want me to go listen at it?
Yeah, Ulrich, go ahead.
And I'll listen at the door.
Alright, go ahead and give me a perception check, Ulrich. It is dead silent on the other side of that door as best as you can tell.
I don't hear much. Nothing at all, really.
Well, 50-50, I suppose.
All right, well, let's check this one in the middle before we open it. Just make sure it's not trapped.
Yep.
When you'll take a look at it.
Okay, what are you looking for, Winnie?
Traps.
Ah, okay. Where are you looking?
On this door right here.
Yeah, where?
At the
Where?
one. Let me know. You have to do perception.
Where are you looking on the door? What are you looking? What part of the door are you looking for traps?
Just the standard way I always do. So looking on the door, looking around the jam, trying to make sure that there's nothing that is standing out.
Okay, give me a generic perception check. You don't detect any, you don't detect or sense any reason why this should be trapped around the door jamb or the knob.
I don't think it's trapped. Open it. Ulrich, maybe step away from that door just in case. Come back this way, and then we'll have Emig open this one.
Okay.
Alright. I'm gonna attempt to open it here.
Okay. So you put your hand on the weird stone triangle door handle. You twist, and it doesn't budge much more than about a half an inch. It's locked.
Okay, this one is locked. Do we just try the next one?
I have my picks.
We could
Pick 'em.
try to pick it. She'll look back to Sybil.
I'm going to go and move by Ulrich and actually down by the other door.
Okay.
Sybil just kind of looks at Winnie. She's too tired to even like look that hurt.
When you'll move out of the way so she can, like, open the door. Or attempt to, at least.
Before Sybil tries to lock, she's going to do her own look specifically at where she's about to put her picks to make sure we don't have any weirdness with the. Well, first of all, is there a spot for her to be able to unlock it that she can see?
Yeah, there sure is.
Okay. She's going to look at that specifically to make sure there's nothing obviously weird, thinking about when Winnie got, a little bit cursed recently.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make a dexterity check. If you are proficient in Thieves' Tools, you can add your proficiency modifier, and you are going to make this at disadvantage because of your exhaustion level.
With my gloves, it's going to, I think that's the, I get I get advantage to pick locks, so that would just be a flat roll then, because my gloves of thievery.
So it's about this time that as you go to put your picks in, that you realize you don't feel nimble of finger like you usually would in your gloves. And as you look down at your cloak with the hood up, even in its current state, it's blue. It's not camouflaging to the ground around you. Make your check with disadvantage, please.
Yep. Also, I misread it anyway. It's not advantage, it's a +5 on that. So disadvantage, you said dex check?
Yeah, it's a dex check, and if you are proficient in Thieves' Tools, you add your proficiency modifier. Or if I don't know if there's a place where you just click Thieves' Tools.
No, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Yep, that's appropriate too for exhaustion.
So you get your picks in, and there is, you guys all hear it, even the shunner. There is an audible like grinding sound, and Sybil, I need you to roll percentile dice, please.
Okay. I would like to clarify before I do this that I am using my adamantine thieves tools.
Oh,
Because
this has nothing to do with your Thieves' Tools.
Yeah.
This has everything to do with the lock. 76? Okay.
Being shunned does a lot for your confidence. Just saying.
Okay, so thankfully, you do not completely break the mechanism and jam this thing closed, making it 5 times harder. It does, you did break something inside of this locking mechanism. You could probably still get it open, but it's definitely, you're going to have to work around the piece that just busted in there. And you guys heard an audible, like, grinding sound, and then, like, a chunk as she pulls her picks out and looks in.
So Sybil is going to, she's going to do that thing where you, kind of flex your hand, like when there's an injury or something. She grimaces. She's not going to say anything. She's going to try one more time. And then, obviously, if this fails, she's then going to look at the party and just kind of shake her head. But her instinct would be to try again. Even with the break.
Okay. Yep, no problem. Please try again. Okay, so that's
So
15.
15. Yep.
So the picks go back in and you find the spot that you were at before, and you hook one of the picks around, and you feel the part that you busted. If you wouldn't have busted that part, you'd have had it no problem. But as you wedge and try to hook the spring that you popped back into place, it snaps and breaks completely. There is a workaround, but you know that if you fuck up this workaround, if you try again and fuck up this workaround, there's a good possibility you're going to jam this door closed.
She's too fucking tired. Her hands aren't working right. She nope. So she's just gonna pull back and just look at them and just I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
Okay.
My hands aren't. And she's just gonna kind of mutter a little bit. It's barely a full sentence.
Okay. Is that door locked down there?
Try the handle on this door.
So you put your hand on the handle and you go to twist. It doesn't budge.
Also locked.
I messed up. I messed up on this one. Twisted left instead of right. I can try that one if you want. At worst, Emig's strong enough. She does make a conscious effort to say Emig instead of Bloodmane, but at worst, he's strong enough he can just get in. Can I try?
I mean, I can't pick lock, so yeah, go for it.
I'm just gonna move down by the other room that's actually open to the side there.
All right.
Ulrich, are you able to help her? Are you able to assist her in any way?
I mean, I can try. I'll cast guidance. Yeah.
I'm gonna
God, I can do
try on this one then, and she's gonna take a second to like deep breaths, think about the monkborn lesson she was given, and try again.
All right, and it's at that point where you feel the guiding hand and the guiding spirit of Bahamut wash over you. So go ahead and make your dexterity check with disadvantage, and then roll a d4. Okay, that's good.
Oh,
17. So it's
okay.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21 already. That's 22. All right.
22. Okay.
And it is with that, as the flash of divine energy kind of ripples across your body, that where you were gonna go and accidentally hit that spring again, the pick actually forces your hand down in its weakened state, and you find the spot, and with an audible click, you feel the lock pop open.
She exhales a breath that she didn't realize that she was holding, not in her normal Genasi way, and just, I got it. You want me to open it? You want me to get the fuck out of the way?
No, just step back. We need to check for traps before we open the door.
Oh, I can check it for traps. I'm good at that. Sometimes. She's gonna look at the door, do her roguey looks, focus on the keyhole again, hinges, frame, body of the door, the usual.
Okay. Give me
Perception or
a
investigation?
perception check with disadvantage, please. Okay. You're pretty confident that this thing was only trapped, and what gives you that impression is not only do you not see anything mechanical or magical in nature, but Emig already fucking put his hand on this door and tried to open it, and nothing happened. For better or worse.
No, we're probably good. If this had a trap on it, would have blown Emig back. I think we're good.
Okay.
Can I just
Right.
open the door?
Why don't you step back?
Yeah, I can I can do that. As she goes back, though, past the others, nearly colliding with Ulrich, apparently, she is going to look at Bloodmane, though, and make a very conscious effort to say in giant, sorry, softly, but like taking the effort to do it as clearly and precisely as she can so she doesn't accidentally insult him. And that's it. There's no eye contact during that.
Okay. So he's just going to walk past and go to the door and open it.
All right. All right, so you open the door, and the door opens indeed, and you see another long, not really all that long, but a long hallway in itself that runs all the way from the north to the south. About 15 feet in front of you, you see an open archway, and then further on down the hall towards the end, you see at least another archway. You're not sure entirely what's there.
Yeah. Pretty long hallway. Sort of hallway, I'll kind of look at Winnie, that sometimes ends up having traps in it.
Okay. You want me to look ahead?
Yeah, either that or have Ulrich do it. Somebody with sharper senses than I.
You know, if you have me, go ahead. If I die, at least you guys can take out the hags. Solves one problem.
Move out of the way of whoever is going to end up looking.
Okay.
Sybil, if you want to look, you can. I'm not going to stop you, but you seem like you were very tired. I don't want you to miss it.
I'm fine. We're all tired. I'm fine. Oh, fuck off.
As she's saying I'm fine, Winnie's just going to step ahead and start looking.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you progress down the hallway.
11.
Sybil's gonna follow.
Okay, give me a moment. All right, Winnie, as you approach the crossroads here, you look down this little hall, and again, every time you see one of these little lights, they are just those crystalline orbs that are all active and giving off a light. So you see an archway here that leads to the south, and you see an archway here surrounded by two pillars that leads to the north. Besides that, you have not sensed, you haven't even had a hiccup of a thought of there being a trap.
There's... Down this hallway, there's another choice. North or south.
We don't want them to come behind us. It probably makes sense to at least check north.
Yeah, solid.
When you look down, before stepping into the hallway, she'll look again, just looking for traps.
Okay. You're stepping into the new hallway?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second so I can reveal a few things for you here.
Do you want me to do a first perception?
Yep, go ahead. All right. So, Winnie, 15 again, you don't, it is almost suspicious the lack of traps that you sense here, especially when considering what you've experienced with pursuing other hags. There's actually almost a moment of doubt where you get all the way down this hallway and you're thinking to yourself, is this actually the fucking hags that were... This could not be hag territory. When we fought hags before, every fucking 5 feet there was a trap. And as you get to the crossroads, you see that this hallway dead ends here. To the north, it extends a distance before hooking sharply to the west, and the hallway to the south of you leads down to a closed door. The difference about the door at the south, in the southern portion here, is that as you look down at it, there is very clearly something written on the door. It is something that's been, like, etched into the door in a very fancy script, which you recognize as Sylvan.
I had a feeling. Okay. So if we go north, it's open, at least as far as I can see right now, but to the south there's a door, and there's something written over it.
Well, the north may double back to the room that the door we couldn't get open, so it might be another entryway into there.
It's true. Why don't I take a peek at this door down here really quick?
Oh,
Be careful.
while
Traps again.
sorry. While Winnie is doing that, Sybil's going to tell Ulrich in her tired, half-slurred voice. Did they tell you what we're doing here? Green hags from the Feywild. They're good at illusion shit and like mind control. It's bad.
Oh, I just knew there was hags. I didn't know anything about mind control. That's not fun.
No, they're ugly. But also they very much want to kill all of us. They've got a whole conclave thing against us. It's bad.
What'd you guys do?
What we all did. Old you is new you. It's yeah. They're mad at all of us. You included. That's the important part.
As I'm moving, I'm checking for traps still.
Okay, go ahead and give me another perception check as you're moving. Uh-oh.
He's down.
Ulrich's like, fuck this shit.
Yeah. Wow. I fill him in, and he's like, nope.
I'm coming back.
I'm just fucking with you. All right, 16. Again, Candace, you get all the way down. Winnie gets all the way down to, like, the door and is just, I mean, top, bottom, left, right. Like, okay, no, I know it's fucking coming. I know it's coming. You don't see shit. And every step, every risk that you take, as far as those footfalls are concerned, not a single hiccup in the ways of traps or tricks.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, she's going to read what's above the door, but she's not going to speak it out loud.
Okay. As you reach the door and you glance up at it, through your own eyes, you see a shimmer of light green magic, followed by this blue, almost naturey trail. And you hear the text. You do speak Sylvan, I believe, correct? Yes. So you hear the text read, like it comes across your mind. You hear. For those who wish to pay tribute to our fallen brethren, please enter, do your bidding, and lay your blessings at their heads. Thank you.
Are you willing to read that one more time for note's sake?
Candace can do it. I see her furiously taking notes.
For those who wish to pay tribute to our fallen brethren, that's where I stopped. I believe it was please enter and leave tribute at their heads.
Yep. And then thank you.
The thank you is very important.
That doesn't sound very hag.
I was going to say the thank you is actually very important.
I'm going to kind of call call to Ulrich and just, since he might not remember, we don't want to get too far apart, Ulrich.
Oh, okay.
Is he standing and just like touching the wall like, this is good cobblestone?
This is very good craftsmanship. Small, ramshackled, thatched-roofed wood cottage.
I'm also going to take a second to remind Ulrich of that spell of contingency scroll he has, as that might be very important or useful coming up here, maybe soon.
Oh, there's lots of shit in this bag. Like, I know. I kind of looked at some of it, so I gotta...
Sybil's back here taking micro naps on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
Something doesn't seem right. There's not enough chaos and evil here. I don't understand what is going on. The store leads to a room to pay tribute, and I don't think it's to pay tribute to hags. I don't understand.
Are the runes or the sylvan writing, is that still on the door? Am I able to see that?
It is, and as you glance up at it, the Sylvan script kind of rearranges itself into with your eyes of the Runekeeper, and you read the same exact thing. It does not come across in your head, but you can definitely understand what the script says.
It doesn't seem. I mean, this is not. It seems Fae-like, but it doesn't. I mean, obviously it's Fae, but it's not.
They say thank you.
Right. Something isn't right.
Perhaps we should try.
We could, but it just doesn't make sense to have a torture room at the beginning and this over.
I think we should go back down the other side of the hallway. Just because it's opened already.
Yeah, we can always see what our options are as far as where we're going. I'm cool with that too.
Okay, I'll go take a look. And he just turns around and starts walking down the hall.
Okay.
Oh, Ulrich.
Nope, too late for that.
I'm gonna be the kid that asks for more homework, as I just realized things. Should everyone be at disadvantage on checks? Because everyone has at least one level of exhaustion.
Yep. Sure should be.
It's interesting because I have myself set to one level of exhaustion. It's not running it.
Okay, so Ulrich, you get to the end of the hall, you turn left, and the path goes about 10 feet down, and there's a wall there. Just stops.
Well, this room's pointless. It's just a wall. It just dead ends. And I'll start walking back.
Okay.
Who builds a hallway to nothing?
Okay, well that one doesn't go anywhere, so we can either go into the room with the torture stuff, or we can go into this one.
Did we go to the end of the hallway just to the side of us over here? I don't know if we did.
Down here, no.
Want me to flip that out too?
Yeah, I'm going to take point on that one, I think.
Okay.
I'm going to head down here.
Okay.
Just watch your step.
And as you get to the end of the hallway, you glance down the little corridor. It's about a 5-foot corridor, and it leads to another closed stone door with a triangular handle.
There's another door down here. Should I try it?
Just look over the door first, make sure nothing stands out, or I can, if you'd like.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Okay, so when you look over the door to see if it's trapped, or try to.
Okay. $22. Doesn't appear to be trapped in any common sense of the term that you've ever been introduced to.
Maybe the trap is just not trapping anything, so we're constantly freaking out. I don't understand what they're doing, but it doesn't appear to be trapped.
Sybil just moves forward with her lockpicks, expecting it to be necessary.
Go ahead and try it if you want to, Emig, and if we have to unlock it, we can.
Alright, I'll try the handle.
Okay, so you put your hand on the handle and you go to twist, and yeah, it doesn't budge.
Alright. It is locked. I'm gonna move out of the way. But my vote is for the Hall of the Dead.
I'll try and unlock it. Doesn't mean we have to go in. Just means that it gives us an option.
I'm gonna, as she walks by me, move through the hallway. I'm gonna hit her with guidance.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a dexterity check, and we will end it immediately after this. And you get your picks in there. Go ahead and roll 3, so it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So you get your picks in there, and as you begin to twist and turn, that same damn spring. The one weird thing about these locks, as far as what you feel interior, on the interior of them, they're the fucking same. And you hit that damn spring, and as it snags on your hook, you go to kind of unhook it, and the strength of the adamantine busts it out of place, and you hear an audible snap. And that's where we will end today's session.
I dislike disadvantage.
It's like no traps. I never thought I would say that, but it's freaking me out.
There's one thing I've learned over the last many years of storytelling, and that is that sometimes getting your players so fucked up about everything being trapped and then not trapping a goddamn thing is the way to really get inside their head and scramble their squishy little brains.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is fine for me. I don't remember a single thing, so.
You know what? That's fair.
My squishy brain scrambled.
I don't like any of my notes from this session. Like, they're mean.
No, they're not all mean. There's one really nice one, and that one is the most disturbing.
Winnie starts going Winnie starts gaining unearthly beauty is the best note that I have written down at the moment.
Oh, no, I meant this door.
The best note that I have written down at the moment.
Oh, no, I... Winnie has a normal eye instead of a goat eye now. What's happening?
Oh boy.
I also woke up prettier.
True that. All right,
I mean, that is the one good thing about going into this situation is you've gained a level. And
hey,
rested.
Wandering Walsh, thank you
Lucky.
so much for popping in and dropping us that follow. I just realized I had my headset on backwards this whole fucking time. Thank you so much for popping in and joining us today. We're just about to end our session, but we'll wrap up here, and then I'll chat for just a few. So this was it for this month. This was 3 weeks in a row of D&D Saturday session, which honestly has been pretty fucking badass. But we are done for this month. We have at minimum 3 weeks of limbo here, and then I'll reach out in Discord and see what everybody's looking like for August, and then we'll just kind of go from there, see what happens. Any quick questions or clarifications or anything before we hop out?
I have concerns.
No concerns.
No regrets.
I have many regrets.
I hope you do. Going all the way back to the first group of hags that you guys decided to fuck with.
That was not me.
Some big elephant woman says, "Oh, there's ghosts in the basement," and you guys are like, "What the fuck?"
They were
No,
indeed.
that was before my time. I and Sybil had nothing to do with that shit.
I would like clarification on whether or not Sybil is turning into a tree frog that can make her own poison.
I'm not saying shit about shit.
I'm
By poison.
Yeah, right.
I'm worried about all of my
anybody
things
who
that
they
are
want to,
attuned to me at
raid?
the moment,
If not, we're gonna take it
considering
over
two of my
to,
three very important things are
I think we'll take it
non-functional
over
right now.
to... Actually, no, we'll probably take it to Chaos Queen, because it looks like she's on now, so... Okay, guys, well, we'll leave it there. For this, we'll enjoy... Or, sorry, I'm tired. It's been a long week. The running is starting to catch up with me now, and I'm like fucking Saturdays and Sundays, my brain's turning to mush. So, okay, so yeah, we will send a message over in Discord and just see what what everyone's thoughts are for August. I'll try to do that sooner than later, just so that the whisper is out there. But let us know when you all can, and then we'll just get it in the books and plan for next month. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Okay, I was just gonna say, until then, have fun, y'all. Casey, have an excellent time seeing the Spideyverse tonight. Hopefully, it is everything that it is cracked up to be. I'm sure it's getting great freaking reviews, so I'm assuming it'll be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, the first one is like one of my favorite Marvel movies of all time, actually. So
Fucking awesome.
I know the only thing I know is it ends on a cliffhanger, so that makes me kind of bummer because I hate that nonsense. But hey, that's all. I guess that's today, ending on a cliffhanger. Let's go.
It typically guarantees you another movie, though, or another shot at something. So that's
Not
awesome.
always.
You're not wrong about that. Sometimes they cancel in pre-production, and you go, "What the fuck?" Looking at you, Ant-Man. No, I'm just kidding. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Thanks so much.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
All right, friends. Hey, I really do appreciate everybody popping in. Everybody who was here and hanging out. We are going to send the love over to Chaos Queen because she's playing some Red Dead instead of her normal spooky stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. I apologize again to anybody who's brand new and did not get to see a whole lot of this. If you're interested, swing by the YouTube channel. I have every session of both campaigns except for this Wildlands campaign. This one we just started like 5 sessions ago, so I've only got about 5 sessions of that up, but there's a 1-shot up, which was technically a 2-shot, and then we've got like 77 sessions, of Unlikely Heroes, which is our Sunday campaign, our Sunday night campaign, if you are interested in more cool D&D content. Go have yourself a little look-see poops. And Nerdy Knots and I will be back tonight. We're going to be playing some high-level Solasta. We're playing the Palace of Ice before the release of Baldur's Gate 3 in a couple of weeks here. So that's how she spells it. Kaos. I thought it was something goofy. Yeah. Quen 87. Okay, all right, guys. We'll hopefully see you tonight. And for those of you who have not dropped the follow on the channel, I encourage you to do so. By the way, I was looking the other day. Did you guys know I've only actually got 261 followers on this platform? There are people who have been streaming for like way less that have over like 400. Like Jerko has like 390. I guess I'm just a shitty streamer. No. Okay, anyways, I'm kidding. That was enough self-deprecation. I kid, by the way. I know that I'm a fucking good DM, and that's all that matters. Okay, love you guys. We'll see you tonight. We're going to take it over to Chaos Queen, and we're going to greet the kiddos up. Take care in 3, 2, and 1. Bye-bye.
you have a microphone? Al, hello. Nerdy Knots, D&D raid. Hi, Nerdy. Oh, thank you for the raid. How are you all? Hello.